Wow. So let's just fast forward. If I need to go back, I'll do that. Right now, within 2020, the past 4 years have been absolutely dynamic. I can't ask for better, except for technical assistance when I need it. Um, as of 2016, I began to connect with other artists of color. And that's significant for me. Uh, that's significant because connecting earlier on, um, the feeling for me was more competitive.
Cool.
I don't want to compete with my brothers and my sisters. That's not the lesson that I was taught as a young artist. But anyway, um, so now 2016, we are connecting. I decide that I'm going to have my own show. I don't really have a name out there. I've been with Women Holler back in 2004 through 2006. That's another story. So with that, I'm connecting. I'm doing one show. I'm doing two shows. Now I'm also doing shows and teaching kids art because I really receive so much when I teach children art. From there, I connected with Danny Simmons, and Noah Smalls, um, where now I am in Mr. Simmons' show, and I'm with other artists of color. And this is a show specifically for African American artists and who are abstract artists. So from there, I connect with Noah, who is an incredible um, curator. And he and I sit down and we devise a women's show. So I start to call my immediate friends. So we end up doing a women's show in 2018. Um, and then 2019. So with that said, there's been so much excitement, um, and there are things that I'm still trying to navigate and learn. Um, Sometimes it's really difficult learning um, tech stuff when you're an artist. So, yeah, where else can I go? Um, I can circle back. Again, discovering who I was as an artist. Art has always been for me, you can be anything, you can be anyone. No one's questioning your sexuality. Um, so that enabled me to just kind of relax and just be a little bit more comfortable, even though coming out as a gay woman in the 80s as well as 90s, and then forward 2000, realizing that there's more to me and that I was fluid. So all of this connected. I can't not explain to people how art is not connected to who I am. Um, you can see parts of me even within my early figurative works, as well as my current abstract works. Um, yes, if there are any questions, I would love to, if I can even pinpoint where this can go. Let's see. Any questions? Anyone? Put my glasses on. All right. All right. Well, I'll just keep going. So yes, with that said, let's say there were several points coming out and just discovering who I was. I started teaching children in 2000 up to 2006. That was an awesome period. I worked with the Department of Recreation. Got that job because the woman who helped to nurture me from age 12 all the way up into my adulthood. She had run a city camp. So I now, I was a member and now I was a staff. Uh, that particular camp was called Philadelphia Art Camp. So many wonderful Philadelphia artists actually came out of that camp. And so from there, teaching helped to open me up because don't forget, I'm an artist, so I'm very shy. I'm very um, quiet. I have a little reserve with me, but I want to connect with young people the way my teachers connected with me. That was imperative to just continue to connect with young students the way my teachers connected with me, which actually helped with even stopping by and seeing the kids, and maybe going to the library, or maybe just taking a walk. Things that we did as young artists. Yeah, I'm also reading.
Well, okay, so she's getting a little loud. So
Okay.
do I want to turn
Please
it down,
invite
or is that going to still
viewers.
cover it?
Okay, if anyone wants to check out my Instagram site, because yes, by me being an artist, I still don't have my Wix page finished. I apologize. I am Wanda No Pain on Instagram. WANDA No No
Is there
Pain
someone talking in the background?
PAYNE.
Her,
So
or
I
is
would
there
love for
someone
you
talking on in the
to view
background?
my work, to actually see the excitement.
I'm not muted.
Um, yeah, I again never really thought any of these wonderful, wonderful, wonderful things. So it just feels as if I am hitting the ground. I'm finally getting my stride. I can also now talk about how where I was once I realized that everyone wasn't going to accept me. And again, not that my life depended on people accepting me. I knew that wasn't, you know, so. So what I mean by this was my first real experience of a caste system, my first real experience of racism. Um, Not to bash more, because a lot of wonderful African American artists within recent um, are making amazing strides, and there have been many, many, many African American artists who have walked through their doors. Many of us haven't told our stories because dealing with racism and being faced with it sometimes is hard. You don't want to believe that it's happening to you. It's like, okay, what did she mean by that? Oh, all right. So you just keep going. You turn your assignments in. You, no matter what the feeling is in your stomach, no matter what your gut is telling me, you keep going. But I wasn't one of those kids because truthfully, um, I was not prepared for it. Wasn't prepared for it. Um, so I, as a shy artist, as a quiet person, as a introvert, I retreated. I don't even think I even talked to my parents about what was going on. I just thought, okay, they must be right. I don't belong here. And I went on with my life. I ended up getting a job, but again, I kept painting. So this is so bittersweet because again, within the last 4 years. All of these feelings are coming to a head, meaning who I am as an artist, how I present myself as an artist. I am a Black woman. For many years, I did not even post my picture. I just showed the work because I was so sick of the measuring stick that came along with being an artist. Oh, well, do you have this? Or, oh, well, have you done that? No, I paint. I paint. Okay, Wanda. My favorite Philly artists and places around for Philly artists, wholeheartedly, as traditional as it is, I can't get enough of the Philadelphia Art Museum. I love it. I love it. I love it. And again, art in general, people don't realize is changing. Right now, there is a shift. Artists of color are being recognized, not just in Philadelphia, but all over the world, mainly because we speak from inside. We may have the classical training, but our work connects to the audience. Um, we are the narrators of life. We are telling the story. We are the historians. So I am proud and I am happy to be a part of this movement. A wonderful brother by the name of Kenny White. He's a photographer. He's a bit older than me. Kenny and I have known each other since childhood. He's doing wonderful things in Fishtown. He has an awesome gallery. He showcased or highlighted me back in 2016. So he was the catalyst to helping me just stay in touch because you know, I just didn't want to deal with the social part of being an artist. Um, you have to be very social and you have to be at the right functions and so that people know who you are. I love people, don't get me wrong, but I'd rather be home painting. Also, who else has helped and sparked, and I've also helped to grab the torch? Pauline Houston McCall, as well as Sheena Garcia, my sisters. We were the original members of Women Holler, which was started around 2004. At the time, group of us, not myself included. Well, not myself, but there were several women artists. They all had young children, and no one had time to paint. So we just kind of started getting together. So while someone was home painting, we would have their kid out at the park and back and forth. So, with that said, we started to now have shows at the preschool that all of the children went to. And then from there, the people from the preschool started telling other people about us, and we started showing around the city. And so that community involvement has always been essential to me as an artist. Again, reaching back to childhood. Being an artist always meant community. You just didn't paint pictures, it was a way of life, it was what you did. I mean, okay, not everyone was warm and fuzzy, but a good amount of us realized that in order to make strides, positive strides, we have to act as a community. Okay, and with that, I also have another question I see. Have I noticed mental health and physical benefits to doing my art? Baby, mm, thank you. Thank you. I could cry. This work on so many levels because just growing up in this world can be so difficult. This work has saved my life. This work has enabled me to stand because if there isn't anything that I can do, and sometimes I would think if there isn't anything that I can do well, I can do this. Um, Dealt with a lot of self doubt, dealt with a lot of just not feeling as though you fit, which so many artists, and I know you guys are out there, can relate to this. So many of us just feel as though we don't fit anywhere. Um, but you keep going, you hone your craft. Um, Art is meditation. Art is a life force within itself. There are times that I cannot create if the block is too big. But if I can just chip at it a little bit at a time, I can begin to move the rubble and to begin to expose who I am again and to let my heart breathe and to let my soul breathe. So you may have thought that I may have been I was going to give a more technical um, talk, but no, all of this is heart and soul. Art is heart and soul. Yes, there are technical aspects to it, but this is who I am. And even the fact that I am now an abstract artist happened around 2012, um, ending something in my life, bad relationship that just rocked me. I no longer could paint things, objects, people, scenery. Um, so, in order to help myself break free, I just literally started doodling. Lots of black and white lines. If you go to the Instagram page, you'll see a lot of the earlier work, black and white lines. I'm just getting the work out. Doesn't quite have a voice yet, but it's mumbling. So from there, the black and white lines started being met with color. Started being met with two colors, three colors, till I have a full on painting. Um, had you told me several years back I was going to be an abstract artist, no way. I didn't understand it. I didn't realize how much of this is feeling, is emotional, is where I am. So wow, yeah, my art has saved my life. I can't say that more. And when I even share with other artists, if they're having a bad day, first thing I ask, hey, where's your sketchbook? If you're not going to paint, where's your sketchbook? Doodle, because you can't let it block you. Um, you can't let it block you. So thank you for that question. That was amazing. Late bloomer, inspiring artist. That's me. Shy, shy, shy. Um, and probably shy means insecure because I didn't have a lot of the things that now other artists had. Um, Not that I didn't have ability, but to be able to pay for a website and have advertisement and get out there and market yourself. All the things that this quiet, timid person with no voice. What? Get out there and talk about myself? So if you can imagine me as a stutterer, truth be told, uh, I've only had fluid speech since the age of 46. So 10 years. And I say that because 10 years ago, I said to myself, okay, what are you going to do? You're either going to do this or you're not. I was sitting on the sideline. I was sitting on the sideline. I was painting. I was painting for myself, but I wasn't taking the steps to put myself out there. Um, so by wanting it, I began to meet people. I began to then talk about myself. I began to do things that involved me helping others with shows. Um, because, yeah, this whole being inside and being not secure, even though my work says something else, yeah, it's real. So, my sexuality, I want to touch on that because I love, love, love all of me. Through my art, I was also able to discover not only was I lesbian, but I was bisexual, that I was queer, that I'm what? I'm fluid. I love the phrase fluid. Um, I say that because I experienced several years within the kink world. And that was an outlet because I actually was not painting. So I needed some type of a theatrical, some type of an emotional outlet. And that helped to shape me. Um, End up coming out around 2010, but it's okay because this was yet another piece of who I was. Um, I am so looking forward to more. I see myself as a teacher. I see myself as someone who would love to continue to share and encourage other artists. There are some days that I'm absolutely overwhelmed because I feel as though I'm doing so much for everyone. So, I'm also learning to pull back some, but I want to remain as open as I possibly can, to just get the word out. Art is life. Art is life. Art is life. I encourage any of you, whether you are writers, singers, musicians, and even those who feel as though they have no art experience at all. It's not even the art experience, it's what you experience with the art. It's what you experience with it. So I encourage any of you who don't feel comfortable with drawing, just get a sketchbook. Do circles, do lines, do zigzags. You'll be amazed if you don't focus on what it looks like, that you will begin to feel what it feels like. And you will treat it as the expression that it is. It's just expression. That's all it is. The way you can write your name nice, you can draw. You can draw, basically. All right, let's see what else. Let's see what else. Let's see more good questions. All right, but 10 more minutes, 10 more minutes. Where can I go with this? Oh my goodness. 10 more minutes. Ooh. Okay. Okay. What's going on with the art museum and the galleries? Okay. Just know that there are African American artists working on that right now. So I'm keeping my ear to the grindstone, but that's being worked on. I don't want to say any names because, I'm not privy to all of the information. But because there is a shift right now, and there is a known shift that the works to be collected for the future are African American work. Well, I don't want to say African American, are artists of color and artists of color all over the world because real um, we have no real dialogue. For instance, when the Barnes did the show last year, 30 Great Americans, 30 Great Americans, that was a show that was put on to highlight the 30 top or the 30 well-known African American artists. When they went to write the narrative for that show, there was no narrative. Barnes had to scramble. They had no information on African American visual artists, painters, sculptors. There's plenty of information on us when it comes to music, when it comes to sports, when it comes to writing, but there was no narrative for the painter, for the creator, for the photographer, for the two-dimensional artist or three-dimensional artist. So I was told this by my good friend, Jonathan Pinkett, who at that time was serving a internship, well-known Philadelphia artist. So he filled me in. He said, Wanda, he said, I was the only brown person in the room. He said, and they all looked to me. And he said, you guys are in trouble. I do not speak for all of African American artists. So with that said, I applaud them for taking the bull by the horn and actually getting out there and doing the homework, talking to the historians, doing their homework. And with that said, actually, I was told that other museums around the country went there because now the Barnes was laying the groundwork for who visual African American artists are. So, again, with that question, what do I think about the art museum and galleries? We're working on it. As far as galleries, group of us, we are actually doing our own thing right now. We are not waiting to be invited. We are not waiting to be tapped on our shoulders. We are creating our own spaces, even if it's temporary. I mentioned to someone earlier, this is my third Zoom artist podcast or artist Zoom, because this is how we have to do it. I may never be tapped by a gallery, and that's okay. But as long as there are other artists out there, we are now willing to reach back and help us. I just finished up with two shows, and again, just a group of us making it happen, making it work, very much like this platform. And thank you so much, Cassandra. Thank you. I've always wanted to be here. I just did not have the courage. So I appreciate it. And I thank you from the bottom of my heart. As a woman of color, as a woman who identifies as queer slash fluid, as a Philadelphia artist, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Wanda. you know, I do the same thing. You're really happy and following your bliss when you like stop and you giggle like a little kid. You're like, thank you. We're so happy. We don't know how to act our age. And you know what? I think we're so youthful because we allow ourselves to do that, to
To just be,
just
to
be.
just be.
Exactly. So now I'm going to lovingly remind you to please mute Wanda, but thank you. That was a marvelous presentation. I was about to take notes, but I think I can, no, rather than think that I'll remember, I'll just remember, and then, and then, so like the first thing, so another psychic hand, everybody, to Wanda Payne, painter. It was so nice to learn about your career because I didn't know you were classically trained. I didn't know you had gone to Moore. I didn't know that you learned how to be an artist surrounded by the white supremacist, society, like talking about like the caste system is really a great term for it. I'd never heard an African American describe racism in this country as a caste system. I've never heard anybody associate the two. We're used to thinking of like India, they have a caste system. So now I'm going to think about that and compare and think about it that way because it's really interesting. I think that the art world is so, it's just cliquish. When I first moved out of my parents at 22 and I moved to Philadelphia and I started working at Giovanni's Room Bookstore and living in, women's community and queer community and being around the arts world, I heard about the Guerrilla Girls, Guerr, that spelling of gorilla. And you probably heard of them. They're white feminist women artists who were protesting the rampant sexism in the fine arts world. And they would wear gorilla suits and go make statements places and protest and stuff. And I was fortunate enough to interview them when I was an editor of the Labyrinth, the Philadelphia women's newspaper, and I interviewed them. And they had to be at a secret location. It was a phone interview, but they couldn't tell me where they were. It was like a whole thing. It's really interesting, but yeah, it's extremely cliquish. And I don't know if you've ever heard of a show called Adam Hates Everything. So this guy debunks a lot of things, and he talks about the art world and how it's so not run on talent. It's so not at all. It's really like who you know, who likes you, who wants to make money. It's not even about how good the work is. It's just this whole thing, And of course, there are different art worlds, And that's why I love grassroots community cultural arts like the Black Women's Arts Festival and Taller Puerto Rican Young Women Holler and collectives of people getting together to make art because they want to, and because they know they're artists and they don't have to subscribe to those extremely oppressive and often inaccessible channels. So thank you for introducing us to this world, because out of all my years of doing the Black Women's Arts Festival, I don't think I've ever heard anybody address that and come from a classical, background and share their experience of it that way, and a lot of people, this isn't, the Black Women's Arts Festival is not a place for, do I even want to try to finish this thought? I'm not even gonna, I don't need to finish that thought, but it is what it is, and it serves what it serves, and it's beautiful exactly as it is. And there are different kinds of artists. There are the Barbara Chase Rabeau's, there are the ultimate gallery exhibiting, but it's kind of like if you only think about people like that, or that it's kind of like being somebody who wants to write and thinks she has to be Toni Morrison. I have to have gone to an Ivy League college, and I have to have done this. And that's how I know I'm a real artist, and that nothing kills faster than professionalism. It's just so damaging. I like to watch shows about hoarding. It just really fascinates me. And one of the interesting things about it is that a lot of people who hoard are perfectionists. There's a different pattern. A lot of them are different reasons. They don't all hoard for the same reasons, but one of the types is kind of a perfectionist. It's like if they can't do something, a lot of them have a lot of creative ideas and dreams, so they will go shop for arts and crafts projects things, or a guy will get a bunch of tools, and parts and partially assembled, vehicles and tractors or whatever, but there's always a project that they can do. And there's never enough time to do the project. And a lot of times they're very, very intelligent people. They're talented, they're gifted, they're perfectionist, and these things just pile up, and it just reminds them of these things that they can do, and it makes them feel good, and it's a whole thing. But yeah, perfectionism is not helpful to the artist. So you said you're 56 years old. Let's just all take a moment and go back in our minds and remember what Wanda looks like. Remember her childlike features, her smooth skin, and her effervescent spirit, and think age 56. And for two reasons. One, it's just so gosh darn surprising. I'm 51 and you look younger than I do. And two, let us remind ourselves that is what 56 can look like, because that's where it is. I remember Gloria Steinem and somebody else, but for sure Gloria Steinem didn't lie about her age. People would ask her how old she was, and she would say, I'm 59 or 56, whatever. And she would just say, yeah, this is what 50. And she said the reason that you're surprised is because women spend their whole lives lying about their age. So they look 50, but they're telling you they're 39. And so you think that 39 looks like 50. But if we all just said what our ages are, then people would see this is what 51 looks like, and Wanda, that's what 56 looks like. I think one of the reasons Wanda probably looks that young, one of the reasons is because she's doing her art. Wanda tearfully shared how much writing, doing the Freudian slip. Yeah, writing saves my life, actually. How much doing her artwork is beneficial to her mental and physical health. I was the one who texted that question. Have you noticed that practicing your art, have you noticed that your mental/physical health are improved by you doing your art? And that was such a great response. I felt so proud of myself for asking that question. I was like, yay. I reminded myself of Barbara Walters a little bit. Oh, it feels good to make people cry. I'm just kidding. But no, I got teary-eyed too. I have tissue right over there to prove it. I was just like, oh, yeah. Art saves lives, all right. Yeah, so that was really helpful to see that response. And thank you for mentioning Paula Houston McCall. I remember her and Rob, right? Her husband, Rob. And I met them when I was working at Borders Bookshop, and they would come out and perform not with their kids, they would just perform. And I think at some point I did remember she was part of the Women Holler Collective. I do remember that. And how empowering to find a group of busy women, some of them moms, to get together and not knit but do art. Not that there's anything wrong with knitting. But I think this brings up a point, which is get support. Oh my gosh, Kai, look at you waiting for me. So I guess I can talk about more of that later, because I'm going to be talking about, I'll probably be sharing at some point if there's time on the schedule. I like this idea of if there's time on the schedule. Yay, like, well, because we have more people today, I'll be talking about helpful things that I've learned in the 30 years that I've been making art and building arts community in Philadelphia and getting support. And also it goes with my mental health advocacy spiel that I'll be doing later as well. Getting support is paramount. It's absolutely essential. No female artist is an island. No one is an island, but I think that we need extra help. You're female, you're of color, trying to be an artist, you need to have a bunch of bufferage around you. Hi, sweetheart. Thank you. You too. You were amazing. Just one last thing. I wanted to talk about the abuse that led to being mute. And it totally reminded me of Dr. Maya Angelou, because when she was raped at 5 or something, between 5 and 8 years old. And it was brutal, it was painful, and she didn't talk for 8 years old. I think she was 5 and didn't talk for 8 years. That's where I'm getting the 8 from. And the reason she didn't talk is because she told her mother like told somebody or something. Then there was swift justice, if you want to call it that, and he was killed. He didn't go to trial. There was none of that. He just was relieved of his life. And then Maya just, I suppose, felt extremely guilty or afraid of the power of her words, and she didn't talk for 8 years. So when you mention that you have only for 10 years been able to have fluid speech, that's pretty striking, to think that somebody can be so shy. And I was just thinking, to have had the trauma that caused that condition, but then we also just don't know how shy people are. Like, you just don't, like, it should not have taken this long for you to feature at the Black Women's Arts Festival, and it's happened because of me. Like, you're saying, well, I was too shy, and I'm like, well, I also wasn't forward enough, so yeah, I think, let's not wait until people are really bold and step forward and present themselves as stars and have business cards and everything. Like, how about we take some care and talk to somebody and learn about them? If I had done that, then I would have known the body of work that you have, and I would have known your history more. And you would have been on the schedule a long time ago. I think I might have tried a couple of times, but anyway, we are here now. This is the moment. Kai, I'm about to introduce you. Thank you again, Wanda. That was, this is what I'm supposed to be doing with my life, clearly. Apparently. I'm looking at papers for your bio, Kaya, but you know what? Your bio's in my gadget. My mobile tel. Somebody texted me. Oh, Walmart wants to let me know that I've got 2 prescriptions ready to pick up tomorrow. Yes, I second that emotion, Kai. Kai just sent a message across the thingy saying, I loved what you shared, Wanda. And actually, Kai, while Wanda was talking several times, I was thinking, I wonder if Kai is getting this. I wonder if Kai is listening right now, if Kai's in the bathroom. Did Kai hear this? Is Kai digging this? This is so good for Kai to hear it. So that was awesome. Okay, Kai, I am seconds from introducing you. And before I do that, I just want to do a little plug about the rest of the show. My name's, this is the Black Women's Arts Festival, 14th Black Women's Arts Festival, sponsored by the Rotunda, which has been our primary venue, www.therotunda.org. And we have more stuff happening. Kai Oceans is going on next, and then me, and then Delanda Coleman and Robin Renee and Erica Richards, and then me again. So maybe we'll have somebody else in one of the spots that I said me. But I also have content to share, so it'll be just fine. Kai Oceans is a non-binary, identified, intuitive. This is awesome! Oh yeah! That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Because can I tell you my dream? So Kai did a presentation yesterday, right? And then so when I asked Kai if he'd be available again today, he was like, I don't know. And I said, all right, well, let me know. Then this morning I got a text message, yeah, I can do it. And that wasn't his attitude. He wasn't like, eh. And plus his voice is down here in the basement. So that wasn't even accurate at all. But so I said, okay, so if there's any chance you could make a different presentation, that would be awesome. But if you do the same one, that's fine too. And I see here that there's a different presentation, and I love the title. So exciting. Okay, Kai Oceans is a non-binary, identified intuitive and channel with a specialty in energy work and law of attraction. Yup. Kai has been sharing his spiritual wisdom since his late teens and has helped hundreds of people get in touch with who they really are. You wrote a different bio and everything. And the loving beings that surround them every day. Kai is based in Philadelphia and is now creating YouTube videos and blogs on manifesting. You are? That's awesome. At followyourinnerchild.com. Can I feel like I don't know if I want to tell the story. I'll tell the story later. Okay. So again, www.followyourinnerchild.com. The title of the speech, or the title of the sharing, if you will, is 5 Easy Steps to Make Any Dream Come True. 5 easy steps to make any dream come true. By the way, in numerology, if you're into that type of thing, 5 is the number of change. Yups. Everyone has big dreams, some from childhood and some from yesterday. However, we're taught to go after them in a way that often drains us. This presentation will teach you an easy 5-step process to bring your biggest dreams into your life in a fun and achievable way. Please welcome Kai Oceans.
Start the video. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much, Cassandra, for that wonderful, wonderful introduction. Like, I just love hearing you talk and hearing your voice and you gush about stuff. So I really appreciate that. But yes, I'm here today to present, and this actually came out of, out of my head, like, what I'm going to talk about. I'm going to do something more spiritual, and I love manifesting and things of that nature. And it's like, how to make your dreams come true, because that's something that I've been learning to do for the past few years. Just a small introduction. My name is Kai. I am non-binary identified, born and raised and socialized as female, so I know about the female experience. Thus, I'm here, but I do identify as non-binary. And I am intuitive. I'm a very spiritual person. I've been like that since I came out the womb, pretty much. And I love to write about like all my experiences and about manifesting, especially in the last few years. And I just love teaching people this stuff. I love teaching people about their guides and their angels and non-physical energy that is on their side, because I've went through like the ups and downs of life. And, that was pretty much my rock at the end of the day. Like, if I didn't believe in myself, my guides would believe in me and such. So yes, I will talk about 5 easy steps to make any dream come true. And I'm just going to like talk about the 5 steps, like run them down and then go through each of them individually. So I guess before I even do that, like, what is a dream? And I think for most people, a dream is something that is bigger than who and what they are. And it's something that you not just want really badly, but now as I'm talking, it's all coming through. Here we go. It's something that is a part of you. It's something that you really want and you really desire. It might be becoming a great artist. It might be, I don't know, climbing Mount Everest, traveling the world, starting a business. And these dreams doesn't have to be super big or huge. It could be being a mother or I don't know, even starting like a farmer's market in your neighborhood, just anything. Because it doesn't matter what the actual physical thing is, it's more so your feeling about it that makes it that dream. And the often case when it comes to these dreams is that they're unachievable and unrealistic, or at least that's how we label them. And this presentation is really about how to bring those things, those dreams into 3D reality, because we're often told that we can't do those things, or it would take a lot of time or education or knowing people or whatever the case may be. And we shut down and we kind of squash those dreams and our enthusiasm about it, and we move about our day, and we just sort of settle for, you know, mundane normal life of whatever that means for the person. And I've experienced a lot of dreams come true. I was definitely no different than anyone else that thought dreams come true is so rare and it doesn't happen very often. But in these last 5, 6 years, I realized that dreams come true is the most normal and natural thing in the world. It's just that I was taught to like go after them in a way that basically damaged my belief in myself and my belief in my dreams. So I want to share that with everyone. So the first step on the first of the 5 steps is, what are your dreams? And that's basically what that step is. Like, what is that dream? And you could be as specific or as general as you want to be, but this is good because you want to know sort of like your starting place. Like, let me pick an example. Let me try to do something a little bit grounded that maybe everyone can, like maybe your dream or, you know, a big goal is to have a certain amount of money each year. Like you want to make $50,000 and you only make like 25 or something. That's like a dream you always had. You can be as specific as what that $50,000 would do, or, you know, that what that means, or just, I just want it because it will feel really good. And knowing where you are, like I'm only making this, you know, versus the dream, it helps you to sort of know like, okay, where am I going? Is it really the money? Is it the feeling of like having the money? Is it about what I'll buy with the money? Or, you know, what the case may be. It's just knowing sort of where your starting place at. And so the second step is do things that brings those dreams closer, or really don't make them dreams. Because as I explained before, these dreams, we tend to make them into these big things that's far away from us. And that's a part of the problem, is that we think of dreams as unattainable. That's sort of the definition of dreams in that context. And so we want to bring that dream into a possibility, or a sure thing, or something that is a lot more grounded and tangible and achievable. So I guess going on with the $50,000 dream, it's bringing that idea, like that's not a dream, that's something that I can actually do. I can learn more about money management. I can learn how to, I don't know, if you're working at a normal 9 to 5 job, you know, more skills to, so then I can make more money, you know, just bring in every resource and every idea of how possible it is for you to achieve said dream. Because when you tell yourself that these things are possible, it makes it more possible. But if you keep telling yourself like, oh, I wish I could be able to go and travel like Asia or Europe, and, you know, but I don't have the money, or, you know, things, my life is too bad, or, you know, whatever the case may be, we're really setting ourselves apart from our own dream. And that crevasse, if you will, you know, just widens, and it makes it stay and it makes it be there, because we speak things into reality. Like we manifest our own reality. We create our own reality. So whatever we speak, you know, that's what we're putting out there. That's the thing that we're going to be experiencing more of. So it's all about decreasing that crevasse of, you know, between where we are and where we want to go. The third step is remind yourself every day of your dreams. And I think that's the fun part, because, you know, when it comes to making your dreams come true, manifesting, law of attraction, you know, all those things are the same, basically. I guess it's different methods, if you will. it's about reminding yourself of your dreams. Like, because again, we say these are things I wish I would do, but then we go on our day and we don't really engage with those dreams. We don't, have fun with them. We don't, explore them more. And I know for myself, like being a very creative person and just honestly, just whimsical person, there's so many things that, I would love to do and experience. But, growing up, I was so sort of like had my nose to the grindstone because of like things like trauma and crazy, life situations, it's just whatever. I feel like I didn't have time and it wasn't beneficial to me. So I just focused on whatever like fires that was going on in my life, and I didn't engage with my creativity or my art or, fashion or just things that I enjoyed. So all of those things that I really loved and enjoyed that contained my dreams or what have you, they stayed dreams. And it almost, I started to feel bitter about it because it was so long since I engaged in those things that it felt like a real chore to go back to them. So this is why we want to remind yourself of your dreams and engage in them in some way, shape, or form every single day. And so the fourth step is following your bliss and intuitive hits. And this is where, things get a little mystical because I'm very woo-woo and all that stuff. Yeah, follow what feels good, because that the real key of following your dreams is following your bliss. Because anything that we truly want, anything that we truly desire, anything that we want that is good for us will always feel good. And those things will not always align, and often doesn't, with the conventional thinking that we were taught growing up or whatever messages is being put out in the world, because that's just a totally different basis than what your inner being, your higher self, or whatever bigger part of yourself is. Like that version of yourself, that higher power and what have you, that being knows who you are, what you're about, and what is best for you, and knows exactly where to take you to get you there the fastest. And we don't trust it because it will really deviate from what we are taught to, do as far as getting things done. And so it's really, really important to listen to those intuitive hits and to really trust the things that give you joy, because by following those things, it's like breadcrumbs. As you follow those breadcrumbs, you meet people, resources, places, and just honestly, just have ideas that will take you from where you are to your dream. It might not all come at once, but it will continuously take you there until, the whole manifestation of it is fulfilled. And the fifth one, and I believe is probably the most important, if not the second important one, is build trust in yourself and the universe. And I was actually talking to Cassandra maybe like a few weeks ago about this, of, trust is required for our dreams, because I guess assuming like the big dream, like you want to start a big business of some sort, that involves people, financial forces, you know, things within yourself that you haven't tapped into yet. It requires so much, and you have to be able to trust all of those, components that will make your dream come true. And often we don't have a lot of trust. We barely have trust in ourselves. And honestly, the world seems to fail us every day. So we don't trust that we are capable, worthy, and we don't trust that the world or whatever beings that we might believe in, or gods or whatever, truly have our backs. So that really stunts this whole process if you don't believe that, you're capable or able, or you even trust, because that's what it really requires. If nothing else, trust that you are being led to your dreams every single day, and trust that it is possible and it's going to happen, because that's pretty much the backbone to everything. So I kind of dug into everything, but let's go a little bit deeper. So if you don't know what your dreams is, just follow your bliss. Just honestly get a piece of paper out and write down all the things that you enjoyed as a kid, as a teenager, as a young adult, wherever, stages of life you went through. List down those things. And a really good method that I like to use that I learned from Abraham is get to the essence, because it's not necessarily I don't know, going through Europe, having that trip to Europe, like in and of itself, that feels really good. It's the essence of it. It's the freedom. It's seeing new places. It's meeting new people. It's so many different details and essences that makes up that dream that really calls you. And we just our brains like to just label things in an easy to recognize manner. So it might be just traveling to Europe, but really get deep and, as detailed as possible on what it is that your dream truly contains and what is it about the dream that makes you really happy. So you know what your dream is. So you're not just throwing mud at the wall and hoping something will stick. And going into the second step again, because all these steps kind of overlap each other. So I apologize if this is all over the place. But as you, get deeper with these essences of what you want, what your dream is, find ways to bring them closer to you. So I was doing the money thing, but I think the Europe trip makes a lot more sense in my brain. Like, what is about like traveling to Europe that you can bring into your life right now? Is it learning another language? Is it cooking some of the food that that they have over in Europe? Is it about like having a meetup group? Well, we can't do that now, but you know what I mean? Meeting other people in places that, are connected to your dream. And really, this is, when it comes to making any dream come true, it's not so much of a science, it's an art. Like, I have 5 easy steps, but those 5 easy steps, you can go about them in any way that you can. It's just all about clarifying your desire, your dream, and doing everything you can to feel that it is possible and the good feelings that you will feel when you get there. So if you want to have a trip, like a round trip to Europe, or, what they call backpacking to Europe, what is it they can do today in this moment that will make you feel that much closer to your dream? Like, I like vision boards. Vision boards are my jam. I've been doing them for a lot of years, and I feel like they help me to remind myself of who I am and what I love and what I want to get to. So maybe it's about, opening up a Pinterest board and putting all those beautiful pictures of Europe and backpacking and talking to new people and finding out about new cultures in that Pinterest board. And also doing, looking at YouTube videos. Like, I want to take a trip to Japan, and so I watch a lot of videos on people having trips to Japan, and it's really, really fun. And it's things like that that helps bring that dream come true in your reality. It might not be the whole thing, like you got the ticket and you're ready to go, but you're sending out that signal that it's not a dream that's out there. It's something that is happening right now. And that is all we have, is the present. So whatever we focus on in the present, that's the signal that we put out in the universe. And that is the energies and the essences and the experiences that will be drawn to us. And it's really important to stay consistent in these things, because the more you are, let me start at another place. It's not just about consistency. It's about practicing a different vibration, a different energy than what you used to. Again, like having a dream that's far away. You practice that for a long time, and do you have reinforcements from the outside world, maybe it's parents or caregivers or, I don't know, society? We practice that and then reinforce that dreams are far away and rare. But now you're practicing a different energy, a different reality, where that dream isn't out there, it's in here, it's right now. It might, again, you might not be on the plane there, but you are pretty much affirming that this is something that's happening, and it's not just happening, it's possible, it's happening now. It's literally the incubation period of this beautiful dream that you had for a long time, or maybe even yesterday. So I just want to like put that out there. And again, like, just do as much as you can to bring whatever dreams that you have right now into reality. And it doesn't have to be big things. It could be as small as writing a page about why you want to take this trip to Europe, or have this body that you want, or, sing at this particular stage at wherever. And, whatever it is that you do, it's about the feeling that you have. And as long as you are in that moment feeling your dream come true, you are practicing a new vibration where it can't help but to manifest around you. And yeah, so let's see, remind yourself every day of your dreams. And let's go and follow your bliss and intuitive hits. And again, I feel like this is all over the place, but I usually say that because I'm just like in the moment. Usually it sounds a lot better when I watch back on it. But yeah, following your bliss and intuitive hits is so important. And again, it comes into that sort of, this is an art and not a science. Like when you practice this new energy of dreams come true, of whatever it is that you want to bring into your life, into the now, you will feel different impressions and different ideas come to you. And don't push those things away, because we often, when we get an idea, or a different way of doing things, or just something different that is not really a part of our normal thinking patterns throughout the day, we get that excitement for them. We say, oh, that's really cool. But then we squash them down and say, oh, that's unrealistic, or why would I think that, or that doesn't sound, right. We kind of like push them out. But what I want to encourage you to do is to take on those thoughts, those intuitive hits, and follow them. Because that's the thing about, playing with the universe and, making dreams come true, is that it will often take you away from a lot of what you've known, because we can only, manifest what we practice and what we, put our attention on. If your attention has been on just conventional ways of living, you will live that conventional reality. So if you want a dream come true, you're going to deviate from what you usually do. And not to say your whole life has to change, you have to uproot everything. Obviously not. But I think in the day-to-day, how you feel, how you think, and just how you go about life, that will shift and change. And, how it changes and how much it will change will depend on the person. But, be prepared to do things differently and to have fun with it, because we often don't have enough fun. And that energy is so delicious and so receiving and so fertile for just new ideas and things to take place. And that's where our, guides, angels, all of those beings, that's where they really, 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 really sort of like power hose, guidance to us. Is when we're having fun. So when you are following those intuitive hits, it might come from a place of you having fun or relaxing or reading a book. Do more things that will help you relax into, the world and life and things of that nature, because that's where our intuitiveness speak to us the loudest, because the outside world messages and what we're thinking and the problems we're having are like at a lower volume. So we can be able to hear, those intuitive hits and, the whispers of the heart, if you will, a lot more. And yeah, just have more fun. Again, this is about your dream. And me, like, I guess one of my biggest dreams to be like a great artist and things like that. But I made it into the like, ugh, I cannot talk today. I made it into this big, hairy deal. I made it into this, if I'm not up here, then I'm like hot dog shit. And that is such a horrible way to go about it, because we are here to have fun, and our dreams is about what we love. And love and feeling like dog shit, they are not on the same vibrational level. And it's not the dream being too big, it's me being too harsh on myself. Because no matter, where life takes me, I'll always be an artist. I'll always get better. I'm always excited to learn more. And that dream will always be unfolding for me. So it's not about, me being unrealistic. It's me being too hard on myself. So it's just like, okay, let me undo this sort of thinking of what I think I need to be to achieve this dream or be a great artist, and instead have fun in the moment, like relish in my creative ability, and just allow in as much, divine guidance and fun and joy as I can. And, sometimes it requires me taking a walk outside. I do that all the time because I really do like start to feel like who I really am and detach from, just the everyday grind of things. And I really get like really good ideas, and I get a lot of guidance through like just detaching from just everyday stuff, whether it's through reading, creating, maybe it's even watching YouTube videos. If I'm in a really good mood and I'm just like watching a YouTube video, like they'll just come on in, and just anything that would like just take me out of my normal thinking patterns. And, again, when it comes to following your bliss and intuitive hits, it really goes on the heels of fun. You can get those things if you're not having fun, but it's a lot easier if you're just in a very receptive place to receive that guidance. And build trust in yourself and in the universe, the fifth step. And this is the step that, I mean, honestly, all of these steps is something you're going to have to do for the rest of your life. The rest of your life. You might not have to do them, excuse me, you might not have to do them, as often, or it won't take you as long to do the steps, but you will be doing them in some shape or form every single day for the rest of your days. And, with building trust in yourself in the universe, that's one of them. And I think for a lot of us, once again, we don't have a lot of trust in ourselves and our outer world. And so I feel like it's really important to build that trust. And honestly, don't be afraid to do these steps out of order. Like, I just did the 5 steps because that's an easy, digestible way to, I don't want to say list, but to explain this process, because it can get a little like woo-woo and a little bit too like over your head. So it's just a nice way for me to like explain what I want to talk about. But again, it's more of an art than like a strict science. And so if one of these steps feels a lot more conducive to your situation, please do it. But I definitely urge everyone to build trust in yourself and the universe. If there's one thing out of all these steps that you should do or want to do, or a great first step, is build your trust. Because again, that trust is the backbone of like every manifestation that you have. Like even the things that we don't like or enjoy, there's things that we trust in that we don't enjoy, whether it's in relationships with certain people, whether it's a certain situation at work, problems, or situations or whatever. We have a certain level of trust in that because it keeps happening. We can also have that trust in positive things, but the caveat about it is that we have to build that trust. You can't just throw trust at someone and then they're trusting. Like, that's not even a thing. Like, even as we speak to each other, it's like, it's building trust, not just trust. So really find ways to like, and I guess to build that trust is to do a lot of affirmations of, things that happened well in your life before, or things that's going well. And even if they're not like big life-changing things, maybe having food on the table, or having money to do some of the things that you enjoy, or seeing the sunset, or being able to have like a nice cold drink in the morning, that positive experience can be really, that can help you build trust, because that's something that you do every day, or you can look forward to doing, and it happens. So really get into a place of learning how to trust, and really pick out these positive memories and positive experiences that helps you to know that good things do happen to you. And it's not because you worked hard enough, or, you was productive enough, or I don't know, whatever standards and criterias that you believe that you have to be or be up to receive good things. You don't have to be any of those things to receive good and to bestowed blessings and things of that nature. I guess a good exercise is something that I've been doing in the last few months, especially in quarantine, is I just get a notebook, and every day I write 10 things, 10 positive things that I'm loving, that I enjoy, that feels good, just anything that's positive. And then after I write those 10 things down, I read them out loud, and then I read out loud the list that I wrote yesterday. or the day before. And I will admit that I've been really spotty in the last month because, life is up and down. But when I do these things, it does help me stay on track to remind myself of the positive things that have happened. And you'd be surprised at just how small things can be, like how small memories and moments of your life can be to make you happy. We think that for us to be happy, big, like overwhelmingly positive things has to happen, like we move or we get a big windfall or we get into a new relationship or things like real life-changing things that change like how our day goes and how, what we see in our everyday life. But really, it's the small things that are really the stars and really are the building blocks for those bigger manifestations, if you will, because those things are happening all the time and we just missing them. Sometimes we have a good laugh with a friend or with a coworker, but we, forget about it after a day or two, and then we move on with our life and we get like stuck into the negative cycles or, just whatever gobbledygook that, is going on in our lives, or just being bored. And I've been like maybe contentment, but maybe there's like, oh, I'm content, but nothing really great is happening. So I feel really bored. So really making those like daily lists really helps you to practice again that positive energy and that positive momentum, and helps you to see that good things are happening to you. You just have to adjust where you're looking at and how it looks. It's almost like if you're really used to eating fast food and like things out of like really processed foods like this, snack cakes or Twinkies or McDonald's and things like that, and you want to eat healthier, but you decide to just go full on eating a salad, and eating the salad and eating the spinach and eating things that, are fresh or, just different than like what you're usually eating, it tastes like crap. It's because your palate is used to those flavors that is contained in like the sweets and the burgers and the things like that. Like you're so used to those flavors that anything that doesn't taste like that, it tastes bland because, chicken and vegetables and things like that, depending how it's made, it's not going to have like that good luscious deliciousness or whatever flavors that's in like, processed foods and fast food and things like that. And so instead of trying to like stop one thing and enter another, you just introduce, more of the fresh ingredients and learn how to make it in a way that, tastes better than just it on its own. And just you really help yourself to meld into this new way of being, instead of saying, well, I do things this way, now I have to do things a different way. You're sort of, allowing yourself a lot of leeway in the process. And as you do so, you will get used to eating the new food or thinking, oh, positive things does happen to me because look, all these things I'm listed down, and now I'm noticing more of them. And now it's like, oh, I'm building more trust. Like now I know that good things are able to happen to me. And again, that's a lifelong thing too. That's a constant reminder that I have to do for myself, because out in the world, there's a lot of mixed messages on who we are and who we should be. And generally, if you turn on the TV, you're not going to hear positive affirmations of who you are. Let's just put it that way. So it's really up to you. And it can be a lot of work because, we're used to watching the television and all those social media outlets and all of those types of things. So to be able to override all of the information that comes at us every day about our world and who we are and all that other stuff, yeah, you're going to have to put a little bit of effort in it. But it's worth it because it will help you to, make your dreams come true, and not just dreams come true, but be the person that you really want to be. Because I truly believe that, again, dreams come true isn't a rare thing. It's absolutely the most normal thing. Like just you being born is a dream come true, flat out. Like, scientifically, it takes so much for like a human being to be birthed into the world. And yet it happens so often and so much today. Like this world is being more populated than it ever has been. And that's a normal occurrence. Like that's the power of life. That's the power of, the universe and just the power that we truly have. And so it's not just in birthing a human being or just birth in general, whether it's a an animal or a human being or whatever the case may be. Like that energy is in everything. Like being able to write a book and it might not be published, but you wrote the damn book. That's a dream come true. Writing the first page is a dream come true. Like, you know, if you want to have a more fit body, taking a walk outside, that can be the dream come true. Like that energy that is within the bigness of the things that we believe are in our dreams, it's in the everyday stuff, it's in the mundane stuff. And so I guess to wrap this all up, and hopefully I didn't like go too far out or too everywhere, you know, I think the real message in this talk of 5 easy steps to make any dream come true is that you are worthy for dreams come true, and that it is in your control, because I'm all about creative control over your life, because I felt for a very long time that I have no creative control, and that's not a fun place to be in. And I learned to have creative control, and it started with all the thoughts that was going on up in there. And as I kept, you know, learning and trying and experimenting and having successes and having, you know, not failures, but just experiences that like, oh, this works for me and this doesn't work for me. I learned that I can truly create my reality. I can truly create my experience in the world. And I don't have to wait on anyone else or any circumstance out there to give me permission to do the things I want to do or be the person I want to be. It's truly up to me, and it's truly up to you for you to create your life the way you want it to be, because you are the dream come true. You are the thing you was waiting for. And again, our dreams are not just things that's out there. It's us. It's us in the future. If there's something that you want to do, whether it feels like a big dream or not, that's you in the future. You're creating yourself in the future. It's just what are you choosing to focus on now? That's the kicker. That's the thing that's going to take us either closer to it or away from it. And so I hope everyone who watches this really took something out of it. And I guess plug, if you will, my website is followyourInnerChild.com. I just started it, so it was only like a few old blogs there, but it's there. I post YouTube videos, I make blogs, and just doing the whole, I guess, internet person thing. I am making YouTube videos. I'm in the process of editing some. I'm recording this at the same time, so hopefully they'll be on YouTube at some point. And I generally just like talking about manifestation and spirituality and living the life of your dreams and having creative control over your life experiences and things of that nature. And yeah, that was my talk, and I hope you guys, you know, really enjoyed it. So I guess till next time, I will see you guys later.
Thank you so much, Kai. That was really, really, I'm just so tired of using the same words of, that was great. It was really wonderful. So yeah, it's challenging sometimes to be the host, because you know, I just want to sit down and just absorb that. I just, you know, and depending on, you know, the personality, because like, in addition to just being all up in that thing that just happened, which was wonderful, I'm just trying to soak it in, I've got the, you know, anxieties of like, oh, I'm smiling too hard, it's making my lips thin. And that's not attractive. So how can I smile? Like, I want to smile in a way that it doesn't make my lips thin. I was like, I don't know. Anyway, that was super great. And I was, you know, writing, of course, I'm always writing. So I wrote, you are the dream. You are your dream come true. You are the thing that you've been waiting for. And so, man, it would be just, I wish I could just You know what? I could, if I wanted to, set a spell and just tell everybody, we're just going to take 3 minutes and just, let's do that. Dag nabbit. I'm going to sit. Because I have it's my prerogative. Okay, I'm going to sit for a little while. And maybe this can be preparation for the meditation that I'm going to do later. Between 6:30 and 7, I'm going to do a meditation to connect with our ancestors. Every year we have a thing at the end on Sunday night to close the festival. We have a ceremony to honor our ancestors and elders. This time it's going to be different. So let's just relax for a while. Sit down, take some deep breaths. Just breathe in and out. One more in and out. And keep doing that, and hopefully you can hear me. And we can reflect on all the beauty that we've experienced so far, the wisdom that we heard of people sharing their experiences, their challenges, and still coming out to be artists and be creative, even in the environment that doesn't support who they are and how they are. And you can do that too. We all do that in some ways, and we can do more of that, and we're here to encourage each other. So another couple of seconds of that. I just wanted to really just settle and relax and really absorb and appreciate and take as truth what Kai was sharing. Because even though the dominant culture doesn't teach us humans, even white boys, are not brought into this world they're not taught that they can make their dreams come true. The powers that be don't want us to believe that we can have what we want. They want us to be in scarcity mindset and fight amongst another so that they keep the power. And that's even among white people, they still oppress their own kind. And not white people, I mean people in power, that's what it is. It just so happens that because we're in a white supremacist society, most of the people in power are white. But in general, a lot of people who want to keep the power don't want other people to be empowered. So we're not used to that information that says you can have your dream. We're not used to it. So that's why we need to take time to learn to believe that truth, because it is true. Okay, I'm going to come back up now. Thanks for doing that with me. I feel so much better. Okay, that was really good. So thank you, Kai, for that presentation. I had noticed that when I wrote, "You are the thing that you've been waiting for," something just what's the word? English was not my first language, so that's another challenge. Something just lit up in me. It just got like, I want to say jazzed up, not sizzled, because that's what bacon does in a pan. But I just got really like, it just felt like the truth. Thank you, Wanda. So yeah, I think that if we just take time to notice how we feel, we can sense the truth. I love watching Judge Judy, and one of the things that she does is, for over 40 years on the bench, on various benches, that sounded strangely sexy somehow. She's been on various benches and various positions. That's not what I meant. She has sat on the family court bench for a long time, and then she did her current show for like 20 years. She's still doing that. Um, she can tell when somebody's lying. In addition to body language, which she calls body English, um, the hairs on her neck start to prickle. So that's a physical thing. We're so trained to use our minds. Um, I don't know how to tell. Yes, Alex, I can see. I don't know, test. I don't know what you're testing, but I saw that. um, so Gina, does that mean that I need to message all the artists that is Alex the new Aaron? No, Alex is not the new Aaron, right? I'm sure Gina would tell me. She's so on top of everything. Can we just say thank you to Gina Renzi of the Rotunda and everybody from Styx who did sound yesterday and Aaron who's doing sound today? No, Alex is the extra Gina. Oh, so Gina left? Gina left? Thank you, Gina. Extra Gina. Okay, got it. I get it. I'm going to go back to my happy place of thinking about Judge Judy. Yeah, body language is huge. And I think, when Kai was talking about basically the whole thing, we have to engage our bodies, and it's challenging if you have an abuse history. I have an abuse history. As part of that abuse history, I have a lifelong eating disorder that also puts me out of touch with my intuition. Like, I am more in touch with my intuition because I've been in therapy for 30 years. But when you've had like prolonged abuse and you get used to just shutting down because there's like nothing that you do as a child that can change the situation anyway. So you learn to shut down any signals that your body would give you. And anybody out there who has any abuse issues, plus stomach issues, eating disorder issues, food addiction, any of that, it's really interesting that the stomach has brain cells in it. You know how they talk about trust your gut, listen to your gut. And what I'm talking about ties into Kai's presentation about how we can go for our dreams and believe that we can have them, and the law of attraction and stuff like that. And it really is helped by our being in touch with ourselves physically, which if you have trauma issues takes extra work and focus. It's worth it and it's doable, but I think a lot of times we spend decades sometimes not doing that work because we're so busy surviving and just trying to get things accomplished with our symptoms of, PTSD, which I have been dealing with for 30 years, and, and just things like that. So, but it really helps, it really can make a difference to take the time to get the counseling that you need and try the different modalities too, because in addition to conventional therapy that I do, psychotherapy, I also have a mind/body educator, a counselor I talk to every week, who I now talk to on video, but it's extremely helpful to examine the mind-body connection. And if you address you can address them both and work in tandem, and that can really help create a lot of positive changes and progress in symptom management and dealing with the challenges that come with having traumatic having had trauma. So the stomach has brain cells. So we have different things all over our bodies. It just so happens that in our stomach we have cells that are connected to our brain. So I like to think of it as we have knowledge. Of course, the body is infinitely wise. I can't imagine. I mean, I believe that we keep stuff in our DNA. We who have been, slaves and who have been beaten. And I think that it goes from generation to generation. So you still have stuff, no matter what color you are, no matter what sex you are. And We just have that stuff, but we can work through it. We can definitely work through it. One of the most interesting things I ever read was one of the books by Iyanla Van Zandt. Unfortunately, I don't remember the title. It might have been Yesterday I Cried, might have been. But in it, she actually talks about her life and how she recognized that things in her life happened to other people in her family beforehand. Like something would have happened to her, and then she realized the exact same thing happened to her mother. And this just kind of like it was a pattern that she just noticed, you know. So it's very, very interesting. You know, something would happen to her father, and it would happen in her life, or just kind of like cycles get repeated. And I think that happens when there's a lack of awareness or consciousness around it. So I was going to send this message to Kai, which is, can you talk about times that you have manifested something? Cellular memory. Was that what it was called? Are you sure? You know what I think? I'm pretty sure that wasn't the name of it. But what I think is a lot of times a nonfiction author will include some of the same stories and experiences. And maybe that's what it was called, maybe. But it doesn't seem familiar to me. But I've read at least 2 of her books and browsed through several. I mean, I've worked at bookstores my whole life, so I know I browsed through a bunch of her books. And yeah, she, for instance, she's talked about several things about her life in more than one book. You know, I read a book, I scan a book, and I read that story, like when she, you know, was in a bathtub and one of the priests that she was, you know, like the Santeria type priest, not the Catholic type priest. She was like in a ritual and she was being washed with like eggshells and how much it hurts and stuff. Like I read that in more than one book. So let's see. Yeah, that was great, Kai. Thank you so much. And so from 4 to 45, we have Delanda Coleman, rather. Then from 5 to 5:45, we have Robin Renee doing music. Delanda is going to be doing 2 talks about publishing and or, you know, African American and publishing. And Erica Richards, illustrator, will talk about her fine art from 6 to 6:30, and 6:30 to 7, and me, Cassandre Xavier. So I'm going to do a little bit of a show and tell. I don't know if you were here yesterday, but you remembered I read from my book, Making of a Woman Artist, a book for every Black girl and every Black woman who has ever wanted to be an artist. I thought it was my last copy, but apparently not. Apparently it is not the last copy. And how I discovered that is it's just in my room. I was looking for something, a couple of CDs, so that I could more easily find some titles to, you know, like when I'm busking, I would put like 5 CDs on my guitar case so that and the backs of them, so I can see all the titles. So when I'm playing, I can just pick which song do I want to sing next. And so I thought, oh, yeah, where are my CDs? So anyway, but what I did find is the guided meditation albums that I had mentioned. Affirmations for Survivors, Self-Love, Guided Meditations by Amethyst Raw. That's my spiritual name. Amethyst. When I say Amethyst, I think of O, because she always calls me Amethyst. And Music of Light by Thaddeus. And then that's what it looks like on the inside. So that's the self-love one. And this is Affirmations for Survivors. Spirituality. Guided Meditations by Amethyst Raw. Music of Light by Thaddeus there. And then you got your little crooked CD. That's what it looks like. Really fun project. I can't wait to do the last 2. Of course, they won't be in CD format when I do them because it'll be 2057 probably. Who knows when? Who knows when I'll do that? So, you know, in my heart, even though I literally 5 seconds ago just used the bathroom, I feel like I want to use the bathroom again. And then and come and sing for you. I'm going to think about it. Oh, well, the audience can't write to me, but so I was going to see if anybody wants to hear something soft or sort of peppier. I think peppier might be nice, but it might wake me up too much. I'm enjoying feeling kind of mellow right now. We'll see. All right, I'm going to pause for the cause, and I'm not going to go dark as I have in the past because I think it's good to not go dark, and you can see that I'll be right back. So I'm going to do a little bit of silence. I'm back. So guess what? I'm going to talk about manifestation too after the singing. I'm going to put it right in front of the camera. Oh, but you know what, Kai, though? Kai said, yay! I'm going to talk about soulmate manifestation. Do your dreadlocks do this too? You probably go to a salon, don't you? Oh, Kai says, yes, with all 3 caps. Kai and I are all about soulmate manifestation. All right, it's just going to it's good luck. So, yeah, so the soulmate manifestation thing, I'm already starting to get all smiley about it. You know, so in the Abraham Hicks Law of Attraction speakings and the writings and the talkings and the doings and the learnings, there's this idea of resistance. And other people explain it better than I do, but my understanding of it is the main premise of law of attraction is everything has a vibration, and everything and things within a similar vibration, without judgment, whether good or bad, whatever, they're like that which is like each other is attracted. So that whole thing that I just said there. So therefore, one way to more effectively attract something that you want is to be like it, to vibrate at the same, speed, and to be like it. So, and how we as humans with these bodies on the earth plane, how we do that is one of the ways we do it is we feel and act as if we already have it. But most importantly, we feel how we would feel if we had it. So that's another reason meditation is so important, because that's when we can really just get quiet and get settled and imagine, oh, if I want, $1,000 in the bank, what would I do with that $1,000? I remember before I heard about whether I won the Leeway Transformation Award, which O also won. Leeway Foundation funds women and trans artists creating art and art for social change. They used to say art and social change now, and for the past several years, they've switched it to art for social change. And it's a $15,000 purse, if you will. And I remember, so I applied for it. And I remember right around the time that I was going to hear if I got it or not, I remember thinking, wait a minute, I have no idea what I'm going to do with this money if I got it. I understood that if I got it, it would be $14,000 up front, and then they withhold 1,000 of it until you have submitted your reports of how your year went or how you spent it or something. So in my mind, I was like, God isn't going to give me this thing if I don't know what I'm going to do with it, you know? So then I thought, well, okay, I better make a list and check it twice. I got my trusty legal pad, and I just was like, what am I going to do with 14 grand, you know? And so I just made a list. I just thought, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that, I'll put this in the bank, I'm going to donate to that, I'm going to paint my apartment, you know, just, and it took work. It took work. Like really, like after about $1,000, I was stumped. Like, I had to like really stretch. I had to really look for like what I was going to do with it. So then I did it, and then I got it. So I think it helped. So the law of attraction has this thing called resistance. There are some things that we can attract very easily. We don't have any resistance around it. We naturally attract certain things. For me, it's computer equipment. I have computer, I'm just like attracted like a magnet. I think there's something about, I think in my belief system, I believe they're easy to find. I just don't have any resistance about it. So I receive them as gifts often. I don't think I've ever purchased, the one time I ever purchased a computer, it was to my sister. She had bought a laptop for $200 refurbished, and then I went around and I bought it from her for $100. That's the only tablet, that's the only computer I've ever purchased with my money. Every other computer I have, it has been given to me because I have no resistance around it. Another area I have no resistance around is attracting romantic partners. I don't have any guilt about it, but I feel guilty. I feel guilty saying it because I feel like it's kind of like going to Ethiopia with a whole bunch of food and saying, you know what, I manifest food really easy. You know, for some people, it isn't easy for them. They have resistance around. I have resistance apparently around housing. I always have some housing issue. I'm not completely comfortable. That's been that way since I was in my 20s. It stopped when I haven't been able to work for years. So I've been in different situations that are, oh great, I'm not street homeless anymore, but it's pretty darn uncomfortable in a lot of ways, you know? So that's one area that I have resistance. I'm pretty sure there are more, but for sure. Oh, yeah, creating, I don't want to say right livelihood. I used to say right livelihood, but yeah, it's very challenging for me. Livelihood, housing, like housing, that's hard for me. But computer equipment and romantic partners, not a problem. You know, even with this lovely situation going on here, not a problem. So no resistance around there. So hence my column at wisdom-magazine.com called Soulmate Attraction for the Rest of Us. Soulmate Attraction for the Rest of Us. So years ago, I read this fabulous book, which if you are in the market for a new sweetie, I highly recommend it. It's called The Soulmate Secret, Manifest the Love of Your Life with the Law of Attraction by Ariel Ford. Again, it's called The Soulmate Secret. Manifest the Love of Your Life with the Law of Attraction by Ariel Ford. I don't know if you heard yesterday me mention Debbie Ford and her book, The Dark Side of the Light Chasers, and then the book she wrote with Deepak Chopra and somebody else called The Shadow Effect. And the whole idea of the shadow work is to embrace your shadow, integrate your shadow parts for more self-empowerment and being a lot more self-loving and effective with the shadow part, like integration is so key. And so she is sisters with Ariel. And Ariel is this woman who, lives in Southern California, best-selling author. Her deal was that she was a consultant. Was she a publicist? She was the publicist of a bunch of new age best-selling authors. Like her clients were Wayne Dyer and you just name it, she worked with them. And so she, using the law of attraction, she manifested a stellar career. She was the top of her field, very, very content. She manifested a bunch of things. She would manifest great roommates, like this one example she gave us. She got a roommate who was really, really nice and insisted on doing all of the cooking. Who wants a roommate like that? Ugh, they insisted on cooking all the time. It was delicious. So annoying. So she easily manifested a lot of things in her life. But at some point, she was 40 and she realized she forgot to get married. And that's how she worded it. She's like, I was 40, I had a great career, I was really happy, but I just realized I forgot to get married, So she decided to apply the law of attraction to finding her husband, Brian Hilliard, I believe. And they've been together ever since, like 14 years last I checked. And how they got together is just magical. And so this book is great. There's also an audio component. I had it in hardcover with a CD in it, so you can also hear her talking about it. And there's a guided meditation in it. And so the reason I started the Soulmate Attraction for the Rest of Us series at wisdom-magazine.com, just type in my name and it'll come right up. It's a fast way to see all my articles. I think I talked yesterday about, I know I said that you can find me online by typing in tinyurl.com/CX, whatever you're interested in. So if you want to know if I'm on YouTube, which I am, you do tinyurl.com/CX, YouTube, my channel will come up. My Amazon page, my iTunes, right? iTunes will come up. Spotify, just CX whatever. So CX Wisdom will take you to my Wisdom magazine articles, and you can just see my Soulmate Attraction things there. And so it inspired me to do that. Even though I love that book, I didn't see myself in that book on account of everyone in that book was straight. That was the number one. There wasn't anybody queer, bi, trans, kinky, open relationship, multiple partners, interracial couple, and I'm like all of the above, all of those things. And I didn't see it. I have to say the number one thing that pushed me over the edge and was like, I got to start writing my own version of this stuff is the monogamy thing. Everything in that book, everybody was trying to meet their one partner for the rest of their lives. And one of the series that I write is actually that is a series, Soulmate Attraction for the Rest of Us. The subtitle of the first series, which is the name of my chapbook, by the way, of the same title, Soulmate Attraction for the Rest of Us. Dating and relationships for the recovering survivor, the polyamorous recovering survivor and tantric. I always have to go alphabetical. Yeah, my series and chapbook are called Soulmate Attraction for the Rest of Us. Dating and relationships for the polyamorous, recovering survivor, and tantric. So I'm all of those things, and I didn't see any of them in Ariel's book. There was nobody trying to find love as a survivor, because trauma issues affect relationships. If you can, just even getting into a relationship can be climbing Mount Everest if you're a survivor. So, and then of course, maintaining one can be a little challenging as well. Um, Sometimes Stacey Haynes wrote a book. Wrote a book. I think it's Stacy with an I and then Haines. I know it's Haines for sure, I think, but wrote a book called, it has to do with sexuality for a survivor. Like if you're a survivor of sexual abuse, how do you then approach sexuality in your relationships? So I didn't really read a lot of it just because I don't know, it's thick, and I'm more I like to practice. I'd rather do the work, write about it. That's how it is. I do the work, write about it. Um, so sometimes a lot of books I'll read, it tend to be more spiritual books when it comes to personal growth, but I do read all kinds of those things. Okay, I'm right back. I'm back now. Back to soulmate attraction. So yeah, so the monogamy thing was an issue. I wanted to see myself reflected. I want to see that. So I wrote about it, and so I'm going to share about that today at some point. I'm going to just go to that page and find that article and then read it to you guys. Probably. But just in case you have to go soon and you can't stick around for that, I will share some of my nuggets of wisdom that I've learned. One of the people in the book, in Ariel's book, talks about her grandmother had said there's a lid for every pot. And I believe that. I believe that you may not know what your partner is going to look like. You may, if you had your druthers, they would look like this or that. That's fine. You can certainly request that. It's really so superior, though, to say, in addition to those things that you would like, you really want somebody, just see yourself being with somebody who just fills your heart, and you're just so happy being with them, and you love looking at each other. Because when you focus on how you're going to feel with them, you're not going to care what color their eyes are. You're really not. You're going to forget about that. You're going to be like, oh. And a lot of times when you just focus on how you want to feel with this person and what you perhaps hope to accomplish with them, like maybe you want this person to be an avid traveler or somebody who enjoys the same hobby as you do. Like, let's say you have a hobby and you're like, oh, it'd be really neat if this person were into that too. But when you focus on the joy that you would feel with that person and stuff, so little of it will have to do with specifics about their appearance. You might know that you don't want somebody to be a lot shorter than you, or way too tall or something. You might know some basic things that would make you feel uncomfortable, but you know what else? So does spirit. Spirit knows that too. They're not going to set you up with somebody who would repel you, But you know what also happens? Sometimes you meet somebody that's there to challenge you. And then you could be like, I never knew that I would like that. But I just love this person, and so there's that. And I would say another tip. So what the first tip is, just believe that there's somebody there for you, and let go of needing to know how it's going to happen. Just already feel like you're with somebody. We're all connected anyway. We are all one. That's so true. It's hokey, but it's true. We're all one. We're all connected energetically. And that's why I think it's why sometimes we wake up and we just feel overwhelmingly sad. I think it's because we're tuned into the common force field, the common field that we're in. We're totally connected to one another. And so we can feel each other's vibes. And so when you have a huge, like on September 11th, I was like, the whole morning and the whole day, I felt like a big brick was just laying on my body. And I talked to people and I was like, I wonder if it has to do with September 11th. And they're like, yeah, there's a lot of angry feelings, a lot of sad, a lot of people feeling sad, remembering. Then one of the hoarding episodes that I watched, I like hoarding the shows. There was a woman whose trigger, the reason she started hoarding was because she was trauma survivor from the September 11th thingy. So there's a lot of residual trauma that's still alive and strong with that date. So we're kind of, so I physically felt that way all day because other people were upset. And it could be somebody in New York City and I'm responding to it, you know? So in that same way, your sweetheart is somewhere around you. So instead of feeling like you're alone and you're unloved and you're single and you're too old or too fat or too broke or the wrong race or whatever, or not cute enough, or you don't have enough the right clothes and you can't go to a club, whatever that nonsense is, let's just let go of that and just feel like enough. Just feel happy in your life, feel happy in your day, and just proceed joyfully. Just proceed joyfully. Anyway, I could talk about this forever. I'm already looking forward to dinner. And one of the most powerful things you can do also, top secret, is to project love and to seek to be a blessing. That's been a prayer of mine. I want to be a blessing, And so whether it's doing a talk someplace, it replaces nervousness. If you're like nervous, people say that public speaking is one of the top scariest things for people. But if you focus instead on a performance, but focus on being a blessing, you're not gonna do that badly. because in focusing on that different activity, it no longer is about a performance. It's about a sharing, and nobody judges shares. Nobody judges a share at all. Like they're not thinking, is she or he speaking clearly enough? They're not thinking about that. They're listening to the message, and they're just loving you because you're spending time with them and just trying to be with them and help them feel better about life. So where's the critique in there? There isn't any. And it's the same thing in finding love. Just make yourself happy, because that's the vibration that you'll be at when you find love, right? You want to be happy? So be happy. And also, you never know where you're going to meet them. You could meet them, literally, you walk down your apartment steps and you're about to turn left to go to the laundromat and you run into somebody's cousin, and they tell you about something else, and something's happening. Do you want to come to our play or whatever? And you go to the play. Afterwards, you guys go to the diner. You're at the diner. Somebody else comes in. Like, you just never, ever know how you're going to meet them. So just be happy. Just be happy and go about your life and seek to be a blessing. Stuff. Seek to be a blessing. So I guess I'll do a love song, I guess. It's one of the. So I always introduce it as saying that it's the first love gone right song I ever wrote. I was always writing these. Angst-filled songs. Even though I was no longer a teenager. I was in my 20s and I'm still writing these love, going wrong songs. And years later, I would look back at them, like in my 40s and, recently in my 50s. I'm like, what the gosh darn tootin' heck was I talking about? I didn't go through any of that stuff. So, of course, I realize now that even though all those things that I wrote didn't have to do with what I was going through, I didn't have those romantic love, painful love experiences. But looking back, I'm like, okay, I was tormented about love because of the way I grew up. I grew up in a, painful situation around love. And so I think it was a way for me to express my feelings. But I'm really grateful that I didn't have, those weren't true. They were just songs, and I'm really happy that I wrote them. They were great fun to sing and perform. So this here's called Larger Than Life. It's attached. Thank you. Yeah, I would like to know what toy company manufactured my bladder so that literally every 18 seconds it has to go. You know what? Somebody told me the other day that this was their favorite song. I don't even remember who it was, but it's called Confide in Me from my album Beautiful. and I hope I can remember how to play it. We're gonna give it a shot. I wrote all these, by the way, unless I say that it's a cover. With this life, you say you've had enough, and the struggle, you say it's just too rough. I wanted to say this long ago. I wasn't sure I could be so bold. Fighting me, my good friend. I can't promise that your worries will end, but I will do all I can, and I will love you. Oh, this world will spin around and around. Try not to let it bring you down. I'll be there. That's right. I'll be there. Although I don't know the words. I'll be there. Fighting me, my good friend. I can't promise that your worries will end, but I will do all I can, and I will love you. Oh, this world will keep spinning around. Try not to let anything bring you down, but if it does, turn around. I'll be there. I'll be there. I'll be there. Yeah, 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 yeah. Fighting me, fighting me, fighting me, my good friend. How long can I hold a note? Okay, I'm going to do one more song, and then I'm going to introduce Delonda Coleman, if she's in the house. She's in La Casa. So since I was talking about all kinds of sappy, lovey love, I thought I would do a song about all kinds of sappy, lovey love. So this is a cover. This is my arrangement of a song that was written by, it's probably gonna, you know what, I have to use the restroom because I just can't. My bladder is talking to me again. Be I remembered the lyric that I'd forgotten when I was performing before. It's from Confide in Me. Joy, you say. No. It's gone from your lifetimes with loved ones. Seems I thought I just remembered it. I thought anyway. Okay. What do you say? Oh, they're gone from your life. I want to think of all the good things that surround you. Right, I remember that part. Wait, times with loved ones. You say full. Okay, that's what it is. The second verse is times with loved ones. Times with loved ones, you say, are full of strife. Yeah, I'm sorry, I forgot it. It's been months since I played. I mean, recently, I played yesterday, and then I did Sister Space on Thingy on Sunday, and then before that, I did the sound check on Thursday. So before Thursday of last week, I haven't seen this beautiful baby for months. I mean, I've seen her; she's here, but I have issues. We'll get back together soon. We'll get back. It's the challenge. Okay, I guess Spirit says you're back together now. Okay, thank you. Thank you. All right, so this Yonder song is called, I'm not going to tell you what it's called. Usually when I do a cover, I like to tell you that it's my, I like to tell you who wrote it. And then I say, this is my arrangement of it. I hope you like it. That's what I usually do. And then you listen to it and you're like, oh, I know that song. Like that. That's usually my formula. Tell you the writer. Tell you it's my arrangement. Hope you like it. Oh, and I usually say who made it famous. This is who wrote it. This is who made it famous. Who made famous by. This is my arrangement. Hope you like it. Like to hear it? Here it go. So this beautiful song, before I introduce Delonda. By the way, is Delonda here yet? I'm going to wait to see what the screen says. Yes, sweet. Looking forward. So this here song is from my album Beautiful. Classic intro. Thank you, Alex. Are you mocking me? Don't you mock me. Oh, is it? That's a are you telling me that's standard? Oh, no, thank you. So the thing is this song was written by Ewan MacColl, who's I believe is British or English, long ago, for his then sweetheart Peggy Seeger, who I believe is the sister of Pete Seeger. So he wrote the song for her. Apparently they were in love. Either they were in love or he was deeply in love with her. And since he wrote that song, they've been together. I think they've been married for over 60 years or something. And I think a whole lot of people covered it, but the person who covered it, who was most well known, is Roberta Flack. What I love about performing this song is that I do it on guitar and she did it on piano. And her version of it is this exquisitely quiet. It's so quiet, her version of it. It's almost like there's not even an instrument. Like she's accompanied, but you don't even, the instrument is so not in the foreground at all. It's just lovely. So this is my arrangement of that song. and the stars were the gifts you gave to the dark and the endless sky, my love, to the dark and the endless sky. First time ever I kissed your mouth, I felt the earth move in my hands, like the trembling heart of a captive bird that was there at my command, my love, that was there at my command, my love. And the first time ever I lay with you, I felt your heart so close to mine. I knew I'd would fill the earth and last till the end of time, my love, and it would last till the end of time, my love. First time ever I saw your face, your face, your face, your Thank you. Thank you, you and Nicole, for stunning lyrics. Beautiful song. Thank you, Roberta Flack, for recording it so that I could hear it and be inspired to record it myself. So I performed that song at several commitment ceremonies. It's beautiful, beautiful, beautiful song. Beautiful song. Oh, okay, Gina. Yeah, after I introduce, Delanda's going to be doing a talk, and then I'll sit down and respond to your text message later. So, hey everybody, we're heading down to the last, let's see, 4 o'clock, 5, 6, 7. It's 3 hours of the second day of the 14th Black Women's Arts Festival. Very exciting. My name is Cassendre Xavier. I'm your trusty host. I'm a singer-songwriter and writer and the founder and director of the Black Women's Arts Festival. I'm going to introduce our next presenter. I'm extremely excited. So I'm going to look up her bio. So let me just check for sure. But yeah, I think I'm so used to checking my schedule. Yeah, that's what's happening now. Delonda Coleman. So here we go. Oh, very exciting. Very exciting. So next is Delonda Coleman, who I'm going to introduce now. And after Delonda will be Robin Renee, who will be doing music. So just so you know. And then Erica Richards, who is an illustrator, and then me again. Okay, alrighty then. I wish I could show you. I can show you. You want to see a picture of Delonda? Isn't she beautiful? Okay. Where's the bio? Oh, do I have to download it?
It's okay.
No,
I'm
here it is.
happy to introduce myself.
Okay, yeah, let's do it.
Yeah.
Please welcome Delonda Coleman. Okay, have at it.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much, Cassandre. I really appreciate it. I want to thank you for hosting today. And I also want to thank the Rotunda for sponsoring this space. Today, I'm going to talk about publishing, and I'll share my presentation in a second. But the topic that I really want to talk about is a Black woman's guide to self-publishing. I personally have published 8 books, specifically in the last year. So I'll walk through my journey with you. But I started this journey about 2 years ago. My husband and I were working professionals. I work at the time I worked at Microsoft for over 15 years. So I was in the technology space, surrounded by, intelligent individuals and lots of intelligent women. And I found myself pregnant, and I had a daughter. And when she was born, I started buying tons of books for her to get her exposed and get her ready to learning her ABCs. But one of the things that frustrated me, especially when she came into her own, right? When she started talking and started watching TV and going to daycare, she started getting inundated by images of princesses, and her herself wanted to become a princess. And so myth by that, because of course I think princesses are awesome and they're great, but me personally, being a woman in the high-tech industry, I felt it was important to expose her to alternative images within books. I especially wanted her to see characters of color, and I wanted her to see characters of color that talked about concepts beyond self-esteem, beyond being polite, beyond being nice. I personally believe that I'm raising a maverick. And so what that means is that maverick needs to get exposure to concepts and to themes that are super important. And so that's why my husband and I wrote a book called More Than a Princess. So let me share my desktop with you, and we'll talk a little bit more about what that means and what we started. So I'm going to go into the Black Woman's Guide to Publishing Your First Book. And I underlined first because I'm going to make some assumptions about you, but I believe that once you write your first book, the process you'll realize is a lot easier than it was probably earlier anticipated. And so I want you to just really, I really want to speak to the individuals who haven't yet written the first book. And and so that's why I underline that. So what we're going to talk about today, we're going to talk about that journey, a little bit about what I talked about earlier. We're going to talk about Black women representation in publishing, and should you write the book? Now, I know that there's a lot of limiting beliefs out there, and so we're going to tackle that. And then we're going to also talk about what to do first and then what to do next, right? So there's lots of hurdles, that perceived hurdles that they're in there. So I just want to get you on to your first step into writing a book. So again, my name is Delonda. Currently, I live in Boston and I spent 15 years at Microsoft. I currently work at another software company called Brightcove, and I'm the director of product marketing in the daytime. But, you know, overall, I'm the mother of this beautiful girl named Sydney. And like I mentioned earlier, she loves to be a princess. And we decided, my husband and I decided, you know, hey, let's show her something a little bit more than just being a princess. So a couple of earlier this year, actually March, the week before the whole world shut down, we launched this book called More Than a Princess. It's about a princess named Kiana who is laying in bed, and life in a castle was super boring for her. She really believed that there was just more out there for her to explore. And then suddenly, out of the blue, her fairy godmother takes her on a journey where she sees herself in the future in STEM, or science, technology, engineering, art, and math based careers. And she goes on a path where she sees herself as a doctor, she sees herself as a scientist, she sees herself as an engineer and an artist, and so forth and so on. And the reason why I did this is, like I said earlier, I really wanted her to get more exposure to this. And one thing that I want to point out, like, we didn't launch this book. The idea didn't come into our head and then suddenly magically a book appeared. It actually took us about 3 years of just like manifesting and nurturing this idea. And then finally one morning I woke up and said, you know what, I'm going to do this. I didn't know how to publish a book. I didn't know anything about self-publishing, but I took the first step, and which I'm going to talk to you about, and I just wrote the book. Now, as I mentioned, we launched this book in March of this year, right? Since March, I've published 8 books on top of that. They're all part of a series. My books have been featured on Amazon.com. They're available at Target, at Walmart, and Barnes and Nobles. And this, just like I said, just happened in the last 6 months. So if I can manifest this after having an idea in my head for 3 years, believe and not know that that I didn't know that and not know how to get it done, you can do this too. All right, so I'm going to make some assumptions about the people who are watching this. I'm going to make an assumption that you've had an idea in your head and you've been holding on to it for years, and this idea that you wanted to be a self-published author. I'm going to make the assumption, like myself, that you're not really sure on where to get started. I'm going to make some assumptions that you're scared, that you might doubt yourself. But even with all of that, you are ready to take this next step. So I want to start with, why write a book? Well, the first thing that you have to understand is the difference between self-publishing a book and then traditionally published. A lot of people get the idea, in order to publish a book, you have to go down the traditional publishing route. And so I'm going to take like a couple minutes to explain what that means. In the traditional route, where you get a publisher, like from one of the big publishing companies, is that you first get an agent, and you meet with an agent and you share your manuscript idea. If the agent likes you, then that agent is going to represent you. Then that agent then shops you around to all the different major publishing companies in hopes to get you a deal. Once you sign that deal, what you're actually doing is giving that publishing company the right to publish your book. They own the copyrights and distribution for your book. They will pay you in advance for your book, and they will do some marketing of your book. But then once that happens, you have the check, you have the advance. They might do some limited marketing for you, but then you have to go out and go do the marketing. The good thing about that is that they have tons of relationships. They will pre-purchase your book on your behalf. You don't have to buy the book. They will distribute it to the distributor. And some, depending on what type of deal you get, will then maybe set up a PR tour for you. But in this day and age, it's likely that you're going to have to be doing that yourself. In the self-traditional world, if you have an idea, you can write it down and you can publish it. The difference is that you're going to have to do all the marketing and the advertising and the publishing on your own. Now, there's some pluses and minuses on each case. I think the pluses and minuses on the traditional publishing route is that they're doing a lot of the heavy lifting for you, right? They're going to do some things. They're going to help you get you an editor. They're going to give you high quality images. They're going to make sure that it's put through a rigorous publishing process, and then you're going to get some marketing support. But I think the downside is that you're really limited in terms of how much your earning potential is. The other downside, or excuse me, on the self-traditional or self-publishing route, the thing is, whatever it is that you want to write, you don't need validation from a agent. You don't then need validation from a publishing company, and you don't need to pass any hurdles to print the book and to get it distributed. There are many different distribution methods, which I'll talk a little bit about later, but basically, through the benefit of Amazon and lots of online printing publishing companies, you can print your book on your own and have it distributed just the same way. The downside is you don't have all the relationships, and you're going to have to do a lot of heavy lifting. And so, but I'm going to talk about the benefits of doing that, and it's possible. In preparation, I thought this was interesting this morning when I was just kind of getting into the mindset and getting ready and preparing for this presentation. I stumbled on this New York Times article that talks about what it's like to be Black in publishing. And I think that, it's a very long article. I totally encourage you to read it. But one of the things that it calls out in the book is that, let's say you decide to go down the traditional publishing route. The bottom line is that there are not a lot of African Americans in the publishing industry. There are about 5% across all roles, across all types, that self-identify as Black in the publishing industry. And most of them, like no matter what industry that you're in, are having some similar issues, right? They feel that racial prejudice has affected their work. And it goes on to say that in publishing, it has included discussion of hiring practices, workplace microaggressions, and publishing companies' treatment of the books by Black writers. So even if you come into this space and you make the conscious decision that you want to self-publish your book, you have to be super conscious of the industry really isn't ready necessarily to consume your book. Because why not? Because 95% of the people in the industry don't have your perspective. And I think that's a very important statistic for you to keep in mind, right? Not a lot of them are going to really understand your perspective. Not a lot of them are going to believe in your ideas. Not a lot of them are going to validate you with the traditional publishing route. And so just know that you might go on this hurdle. So this is the statistic done by a publishing company by the name of Lee and Lau Books, and they did an overall statistic. 76% of the people who are in the publishing industry are white or identify as white. 74% of them identify as women and straight and non-disabled. So imagine if you are meet that intersectionality of Black, woman, transgender, disabled, any of those intersectionality, a lot of the times you might feel like your voice is not understood in the publishing industry. And so for me, one of the reasons why, not only do I think like the profitability is not necessarily there, but the people who are in that industry at this current point in time don't necessarily understand our unique point of view. And so I think that's why I think more Black women in particular should go down the route of self-publishing their story, their ideas, their vision, their hobbies, whatever it is. So let's start with your why. So that's why I think Black women in general should go in, but I want to hone in on this idea of you specifically. Why should you publish your book? Well, I think a lot of people, when they want to write their book, they say, because I want to, and it's going to be fun. Well, that's not really a good reason for why you should write your own book. I think you should first start with, you have this passion project. Like me, for example, I had this idea. I knew that when I was going through the grocery store and looking, or bookstore, and looking for characters of color who talked about more complex themes and ideas beyond self-esteem, there was a void, right? And I knew that I had sort of a talent and I had a voice, and I really wanted to create something for my daughter. The other reason you should do this is the side hustle or business idea. Publishing books, is lucrative. You get royalties for every book that's sold. And so if you have an idea and you have a side hustle, why not create a book so that you can generate some additional income? The other thing to think about in this category is that when you copyright your book is copyrighted for 70 years. That means that in the United States specifically, that means no one can copy your work. No one can do anything for it. And then you can pass on that legacy down to your children. So it's actually can help you build generational wealth and build assets for you to pass on in the event or when you die. The other is that, let's say you are trying to build your credibility in a space or trying to understand, trying to establish credibility. Writing a book is a great way to do that. You can write down your expertise and share it with others through the medium of a book. The other thing is that you can expand your circle of friends or your network. By writing a book and publicizing the book, that means you're going to have to intersect with other people to help promote it, other writers, other people in your sector, your industry, publishers, podcasters, people on video. I've met tons of people as a result of this journey. And I think those people have forever changed the trajectory of my life today. And so that's one aspect. And the last and most importantly, you might have an important story to tell, an important event, something that happened. And so this is a great reason for you to write a book, because you need to share that. And everybody, it's funny, people say, well, that's been told before, that story's been told before. Well, one of the things, someone gave the analogy that I thought was perfect. They went down the bread aisle, and bread is something that's probably been in existence for millennia. Years and years, people have been making bread. But yet I go down the aisle of the bread line and there's tons of different bread. There's hundreds of different variations and permutations, hundreds of different brands. And what that tells me is that there is a flavor and there is a voice for somebody. Everything ain't for everybody. And so your story needs to be heard so that it resonates with its potential target audience. And so don't ever think just because there's a story already written out there about a particular topic that you can't write and you can't tell your story from your unique point of view. All right, so let's talk about some of the challenges and the number one thing that you're going to face when you decide to write the book. The biggest challenge in writing a book is your mindset. And that is the biggest thing. And I think that was what took me 3 years. It wasn't because I was incapable, or it wasn't because I didn't have a unique story to tell. It was because I didn't believe in myself. And I took that idea, and instead of taking the first step, which I eventually did, I just held it on. I just said, I kept where every year I wrote my New Year's resolution, and I started become an author, and that's all I would do. I would just keep that idea. I wouldn't nurture that idea. I wouldn't perspective it. And I wouldn't take the first step. So what I want to talk to you is about some of the top reasons or excuses you haven't gotten started yet. And I want to call some of you out for this specifically. The first reason is I'm going to wait till life is perfectly aligned. I have to do this first and I have to do that. And that has to be ready. My mom and them have to do this and my daddy and them have to do that. That's the biggest reason. People are waiting for the stars and the moon to align in retrograde. And the reality is life is never going to be perfect. No matter what happened, you can make the most perfectly laid out plans. And March of 2020 proved us all fools that life is going to be what it is. And so that should never be your excuse for getting started. Another one that I hear all the time is no one is going to read my book and I will be embarrassed. No one's going to buy it. No one cares. And the reality is, like I said earlier, that there's someone out there that's waiting to hear it from your perspective, who's waiting to hear your story from your unique point of view, who needs to hear it in your language, in your tongue. And so I really want to encourage you that is just false. That is just not true. The other one that I hear is that I'm not an expert. I don't have a PhD or a master's or a bachelor's, and I haven't achieved some magical destination or designation, excuse me. And the fact of the matter is that it's not called New York Times best writing author. It's called New York Times best-selling author. All that matters is that your book sells. There have been many, many, many best-selling books that have mistakes in them, that have grammatical errors in them. It doesn't have to be perfect. It just has to be done. The other thing, and this goes to the second point, is like, I'm not a writer. I'm not good at this, or I hate writing. Well, the fact of the matter is, again, you don't have to be perfect. And I'm going to talk about how you can get help in order to overcome that. Just start writing. The other thing that it is, I don't know how to publish a book. I don't know how to deal with the technology. Well, the fact of the matter is that that publishing a book is not a secret. There's this great tool called the internet, and there are many, many, many people out there who have published not only content on how to do this, they've published YouTube videos, they've published courses that you can pay, and then there are people out there who can actually help you through the process. So again, don't let that get started with you. The other thing is, I don't have an idea. I want to be an author, but I don't really have an idea. I don't know what to write about. Well, I'm going to walk you through some tips on how to get over that first hurdle. But the truth of the matter is, what's inside of you is already enough. You can write this. You can do this. The other thing is, I don't have the time. Well, a couple of things have happened in 2020 that has suddenly given everybody a lot more time. And even if you can't find, if you're saying, well, I'm still stressed out, I can claim that sometimes I'm still a little bit stressed out. But what I can also say is that maybe you can cut out binge watching for a week. Maybe you can get off social media for an hour or two. Maybe you can wake up a little earlier and do something. There's always time, right? You can make the time for the things that you want to get done. And I don't have the money. Well, I mean, I think that's definitely a big hurdle in terms of financial investment. I think that you should, if you're going down this journey and you want to take it serious, you should make some type of commitment. And there's 3 types of commitment that you're going to have to say to yourself today. I'm going to invest the time because this is going to require some time. I'm going to invest the effort because it's going to require some time to get it out of your heart and your head and down onto some paper. And then the final thing is that I'm going to invest some money. Now, that money doesn't have to be $1 million. It doesn't have to be thousands of dollars. It could be whatever within your budget. And we're going to talk a little about that when we get a little later into the presentation. But you're going to have to make a nominal investment in order to see this successful. It could be minimal or it could be substantial. Whatever it is that you can do, I want you to remember this key thing. You can write what's already inside of you. You have enough. If you're a person of faith, such as myself, God has already provisioned everything that you need. The universe has already given you and put in all the experiences that you need in front of you, and you can make this happen. All right. So I want you to if you're listening to this, to get out a piece of paper. This is an exercise that you could do now as we're talking, or sometime in the future, but get out a piece of paper. So I want to really tackle this idea of, I don't know what to write about, because I had this same little conflict in myself. Like, I had this little idea, but exactly how do I nurture it? So here's a little tip that you can do. I want you to take 3 minutes, either now or sometime after you've watched this presentation, and quickly jot down all of these things. What do you do? What do you go to work every day for? What's your job? What do you get paid for? Many of us are going into jobs where we're actually not paid for our physical delivery. We're actually paid for what's in our head. Most of the workers in the U.S. economy are what we call information workers. So if you're an accountant by day, you could write about accounting. If you are an accounting or an accountant for small size businesses, you can write a book for small size businesses in your area and what you've learned. If you are a marketer, write about marketing. If you are a bookkeeper, write about that. If you write grants or you read grants for nonprofits, write about your experience to help others who might take on your role. So you can just jot down, like, what do I do every day and what do I know about? The next thing I did, what did you study in school? Did you go to school for something? Write that down. What's your hobby? Many of you have talents. If you're watching this and you're an artist or a musician, you should write about your experiences. How can I teach others to learn this? Or how can I teach others to avoid something? How can I make someone take their skill sets to the next level? Right? Write that down. The other thing you can write about is, what can't you stop reading about or learning about or talking about? I.e., what is your passion? Like, many of us have something that we do all the time that we know inside out. We know all the players, we know all the insides and outs. If you're into sports, like my husband is into sports and he can rattle off all these things, well, you know what? Maybe you can talk about that from your unique point of view. Did you have an event or a turning point in your life that was significant? A divorce, a death in the family, an abusive situation, or maybe you won the Olympics, or you you did something. You can write about that experience and how it affected you. What did you learn? What are you currently dealing with? Write that down. And then a learning experience that you had. Maybe you you had a personal event and you had therapy, or you had some epiphany and you went through that and you learned it and you talk about it and you teach it. You can also translate that into a book. So take a few minutes out and go through that exercise. Once you go through that exercise, the next thing I want you to ask yourself is a series of yes or no questions for all the ideas that you listed, right? Can I write this fast? Yes or no? Now, although you might have a wonderful idea about something that you are passionate about, but it might take you a long time to write that book, I want you to just write no, right? And then go through that exercise for something that you could spit out and just write down and regurgitate very quickly. Just write it down. Will this likely result in a book, right? So if you have a turning point in your life that you are still dealing with, that maybe gives you pause, right? Every time you approach the topic, it might make you sad or it might give you hesitation, then write no, right? Don't write about that, because you don't want to get stuck on that idea about writing about that traumatic experience when you still haven't gone through the help or the therapy that you need in order to do that. The other thing that I want you to do is talk about which idea brings you joy, right? So does this idea bring you joy? Well, it doesn't make you excited when you talk about it. You can write it really quickly. And then, yes, this could result in a really quick book. Then that is the idea that you should pursue. You might get a few of those and just start ranking of them. Like, which one can I write faster? Right? So that is the idea. That is the big idea. That's a process in which you can go through to write your first book. So the first step to writing a book is write. When I was going on this journey, and I had some friends in my network who were actual authors, they'd written several books at the time, by the time I had spoken to them. And I was just like, how did you do that? How did you go about that process? And one of the authors told me, write. You want to be an author? You want to be a writer? They write. Let me see what you've been writing. And I had to be honest, I wasn't writing much, right? And so if you just take 1 hour, maybe not even an hour, let's say you take 20 minutes out of your day to just jot down your thoughts, right? 20 minutes for 365 days, you write a paragraph. You would have over 365 words. You would have nearly a 300-page manuscript if you just take 20 minutes out of your day and just right. So I want to take some techniques. I know that it's very easy to say that. So let's go through two techniques. I want to go through two techniques. The first is mind mapping and the first is outlining. This strategy was taught to me when I first wrote my book, and it's been super tremendously helpful. And for me, in terms of like pushing through the idea, every time when we go through those limiting beliefs, right? I just, to take the first step, I first go through mind mapping. So this in the middle of here is a image of what a mind map could look like. But the first thing that I want you to do is, now that you have that idea that we just, through that exercise that we went through, is in the middle of the paper, write that idea down. Then I want you to then draw a line to another box or circle and write some sub ideas that could talk about it. Right. So for me, for my main idea is that I wanted to tackle, like, write a book about a princess who was more. Well, what does more mean? So I wrote in some surrounding boxes with some connecting lines to them to say that, well, what if she was a doctor? What if she was an astronaut in outer space? What if she was an engineer? What if she was a dentist? What if she was an architect? What if she was this? And then I said, well, what do dentists do? They clean teeth, they do this, they do that. What do people in space do? So I had to go do some research, and I said, well, they do this, they do that. Do they do this? What about some other characters? Well, I'd love her to have a fairy godmother, because I still kind of want to hone in on the themes. What does the fairy godmother look like? What does she say? What's so special about her? I just wrote it all down, all the details. Like, I didn't write a book. I just kind of like, I just let the ideas flow. Like, just take a few minutes, take like 15 minutes, and just write out all the details surrounding that idea that you came up with, that you can do fast, that brings you joy, and that you could be excited about. Right. And that you have tons of knowledge on, and that you could actually to write something about. If you have research, or if you have articles or blogs that support your ideas, write those down and write the important nuggets out. Just get it all out. Once you take those 15 minutes to do that, I want you to then take another 15 minutes and outline what's important, right? You have this map, and this map could be as big and as large and as creative as you want it to be. But now I want you to take that next step and outline. Now take a step back, and, like what I would do, and then I would look at what I've just written, and I would find all the themes and sort them. I would say maybe, well, here's some themes that are starting to clump together. If you're writing like a more like an accounting book, for an example, you might want to talk about some themes about, here are some common mistakes, here are some best practices, and maybe here are some tools and resources to get you started, and map those out. Excuse me. Then I want you to create a list of ideas in each of the sections, right? So now that you've put some sections, you have some details from your mind map to then write out. And those could be, well, for tools and tricks, there's some Excel tools that I can give. There's some resources, whatever they are, write them down, right? Write those ideas in each of those sections. And then once you have those ideas, then you'll start to see in each of those sections, you might start to see chapter titles pop out. You might actually start to see the beginning phases of a book. And now you have an outline, because then you can then transfer those chapter titles, and then you could reorganize them into a logical way that makes sense to communicate in your book. And now you have a book outline. So it's that simple. So in a matter of 3 minutes, you're brainstorming on your ideas. Then you take 15 minutes to mind map and do it like a brain dump of some ideas, and then take another 15 minutes to just outline a potential ideas. I promise you, in 33 minutes, you can have the first beginning stages of a book, right? So what next, right? So now that you have a topic, you have an outline, now write. Now, I want to go back to my first topic of why you haven't gotten started. Well, if you're at this phase, you're realizing you can't talk about this, life's not perfect. We know life is not perfect for anybody. No timing, no schedule, no timing means anything, right? This idea that no one's going to write it, that's not true. I'm not an expert. You don't have to write it. I'm not a writer. I don't know how to publish. I'm going to tell you how to do that. You don't have an idea. You have an idea. You don't have time. Well, we know that we've cut out some things in our life that was probably taking up some time, and we're going to make the time, right? We're going to do some time blocking. We're going to stop binge watching TV. We're just going to cut out social media just temporarily, just so that we can get through this phase, right? And we don't have money. Well, we're going to now think about, we're going to talk a little bit about what money can take, right? So let's talk about hiring help. If you've been holding on to this idea for decades, I have a client that I work with, and she's literally written a book for 20 years. It's been sitting on her computer, and she until we met, she never took it off on her computer. Do you know how many bestsellers have gone to their grave? Thousands. We don't want that to be you. And so if you know you've had trouble getting it out for the last 3 years, get some help. Get some help. Don't do this all by yourself, right? You don't have to do this all yourself. There's 2 people that I recommend you getting help for and you thinking about hiring, right? The first is an editor. Now, an editor is someone who's going to help you get your book to a point where it's readable, right? It's good. They're going to give you some best practices. They're going to look for some errors in your book. They're going to help you fix the content. And there's 2 types of editors that you're going to probably need: a content editor versus a copy editor. A content editor is going to help you with the structural development of your story, how your story is developed, how your characters are developed, if you have them, how does the flow seem right? Are there any holes in your story? And they're going to go back and forth with you to help you get to your story to the right level. The second person that you're going to need is a copy editor, which is going to fix grammatical errors, spelling mistakes, and going to just do line by line, just go through and make sure that, everything is spelled correctly and your T's are crossed and your I's are dotted. Now, the second person that you would hire is a cover designer. If you really want to make money out of this and you want to stand out, you're going to want to hire someone who can professionally help you get your book to the right level. So the question is, well, how much does this cost? Well, the beauty of the internet age now is that you can hire what we call freelancers. I'm sure many of you know what that is, but you can hire people who have professionals who have the skill set, who can help you get your book to the right level. And the beauty of the internet is that you have people from all diasporas, right? So all across the world who have various skill set. You have some people who are just starting out. Excuse me. You have some people who are seasoned professionals and who are currently working and who are just trying to make earn some additional funds. And then you have people who are probably on the tail end of their career who have tons of experience and who are still obviously trying to earn additional cash through freelancing. So one of the tactics that I recommend is that mentally, before you start reaching out to hire people, put down in your mind how much I'm willing to spend on this. Am I spending $500? Am I spending, $1,000? Can I spend a couple $100s? And then just go out there and through these tools, submit your bid. If you want to say, I want to spend $200 on this, say I need $200. This is my limited budget. This is what I want to do. And click submit, and you'll see what the universe brings back to you, right? And then you want to spend the time, right? Going through them, asking them for sample edits, which should be free. You should be able to get a sample edit from an editor for free. And if they accept your budget, then let's start to go to work, right? So I know a lot of people say, well, I have a friend or a sister who studied English, and I kind of personally would recommend against that, because each time I hear that, it takes a lot longer, it takes a lot more time, and sometimes although they're your friend or your family member, they might not necessarily be a professional. The good thing about these networks is that Fiverr and Upwork, you can see reviews of other editors, and like I said, you can set the bid amount and you can get professional help. The other step, once you've gotten an editor, you've hired an editor within your budget, you've got a cover design within your budget, the next step that you'll need to take is to publish yourself. The two platforms that I recommend that you publish on are Amazon Kindle Direct, or what also is called KDP. You can publish to that platform 100% free. It doesn't cost you anything to publish. And the second one is Ingram Spark. It costs $50 to publish on Ingram Spark, but big secret, well, it's a secret that you should know, you can find a coupon. Usually they have coupon codes for publishing that allow you to publish for free. So I would just do a search on Google, look for a publishing code, and Ingram Spark, you can then publish for free. So that should not be a blocker for you to publish. The other thing that I see a lot of people just don't do is that they don't take advantage of the free resources that the companies provide. A lot of the times they hire people to actually train you. So they hire people to create content and curriculum, right? And so in Amazon, there's a thing called KDP University. And within KDP University, there are several webinars that they have live Q&A on. So if you have a question or if you have a stumbling block, you can ask somebody that works at Amazon directly. They have on-demand videos. They have a KDP Jumpstart. So like they have a process that'll take you through and walk you through how to publish. They have user guides. They have templates. They have software that they give you absolutely free. So you don't have to pay for anything. And from Ingram Spark, they have the equivalent is called Ingram Academy. They have free online courses that'll take you through step by step what it takes to publish on Ingram Spark. They have a blog. If you like podcasts like myself, they have podcasts. And what's great about that is that they bring in experts from their company to talk about sales, to talk about marketing, to talk about all kinds of tactics. And so, instead of binge watching, Game of Thrones, you could binge listen to a couple of podcasts or read a couple of blogs, and you'd be well more advanced than the average person, because a lot of people don't even do that, right? They don't take advantage of the free resources. So I want to recap. So to recap, the steps to self-publishing a book is, the first thing is getting your mind right, getting it together and saying, the idea that I've had inside of me is worthy. It is awesome. And there is someone out there who's waiting for me to tell the story in a way that can connect with them. And I think a lot of us out there have that inside of us. And so if we just get our mindset together, that is the first and biggest hurdle. The second one is I gave you some tools to come up with generate some ideas, some ways that you can flesh that out. And within a half an hour, you could probably have a thorough outline of what you want to write. And then finding the time to write, maybe cutting back on some things that you're doing too much of in exchange for things that you want to do and make a priority in your life. The last is get a team of people to help you. Don't do this by yourself. There's no law that says you must do everything all by yourself in order for it to work. Self-publishing means all self-publishing means is that you are doing the orchestration. You come up with the idea, you've written the idea, but then you put people in place around you that can help you execute on this vision. And then the last thing is to hit submit. There's tons of free tools that can guide you through the process of self-publishing, and it's free, right? So you don't have to pay or spend a lot of money on it. And so I hope this was super helpful to anyone who's landed on this particular topic. I hope this was helpful for you. And that's it. So what I'd like to conclude with is that if you'd like to learn more about my publishing company, it is called Sydney and Coleman. You can reach me and look at our products as well as our services on sydneyandcoleman.com. And if you'd like to reach out to me and talk with me, I'd love that. You can reach me at info@sydneyandcoleman.com. All right. Cassandre.
Oh, hi. Hi. Wonderful. Thank you so much, Delandra Coleman, for very informative presentation on publishing and African Americans in publishing, and how we can empower ourselves and be more productive.
Yeah. So if there are any questions, I'm happy to answer them in the chat, or, again, like I said, if you want to reach out to me, I can drop my email address in the chat, and happy to connect with you guys offline.
Thank you. Thank you again. So where are we now? Yeah, so that was a really wonderful presentation, and interesting that Delonda mentioned that she and her husband and daughter live in Boston, if I remember correctly. Just the other night I was watching one of these late night comedy shows where they have a correspondent go out and talk to people about something. And so they had somebody going out basically to show that there is racism in Boston, but a lot of white people in Boston don't think there is, because they themselves don't see it, which I found to be hilarious. Yeah, we don't know there. We don't see, I just don't see it. So of course, if you're white and you don't see racism, it means it doesn't exist. So, yeah, that was really informative. And I didn't know that the copyright lasts 70 years. It was really interesting to hear about wealth and family wealth publishing, intellectual copyright and intellectual, content. And it was really interesting to hear about what parts of our bodies we use on a job. Most of the time, we're really using our brain. It was really interesting. The whole thing was really great. So, and it just added a lot to the content of the festival and to the variety. And I think there are tons and tons and tons of Black women or non-binary people who are Black, of color. You were very inclusive. You mentioned disabled, everything, who have a story, and we need our voices heard, and we need encouragement. Oftentimes, writers, I've learned, or I found, tend to be the shyest of the artists. I remember when I started doing literary events, and just in preparing somebody's bio, very few people, even if they've been writing and publishing for 10 years, very few will say the words, "I am a writer." It takes a kind of a while for a person who writes or who loves writing, who has a passion for writing, to be confident enough to say, "I am a writer." So that's why workshops like this are very, very helpful to writers. We need encouragement. We need encouragement to do our craft. So Good to encourage one another. So next up is Robin Renee at 5 o'clock. So I have a few minutes. So you know what I thought I would do? I thought I would read an article from My Wisdom magazine column with Soulmate Attraction for the Rest of Us, Dating and Relationships for the Recovering Survivor. What's the first one? Polyamorous. I don't know why I always forget that one. Because recovery is such a huge part of my daily life. Just survival, like just recovery. And I don't mean sobriety, I mean abuse, but there's more in there about that. So I was going through my articles trying to see which one I was going to read, because there are different topics of the soulmate attraction. You know, the first one was just the title, Soulmate Attraction. Then the next ones had, you know, a subtitle of a particular theme. So since yesterday, I said that one of my intentions here was to be a mental health advocate. I thought I would read the article called Soulmate Attraction for the Rest of Us, Mental Health Issues. It makes me really happy to think about that article because I have a very fond memory. I present at the Loving More conference. It's called Poly Living. The organization is Loving More, but it's called Poly Living. It's an organization in Loveland, Colorado, and they produce an annual conference on polyamory, which is Loving More, people who have open relationships in Philadelphia. And also they do one called Rocky Mountain Poly Living in Colorado. So I present at both when I can. And so the topic at the most recent ones that I did, like last year, was on managing mental health issues in a poly relationship, because that's been part of my life, ever since, for years. So I'm very, 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 very proud because there were two that were on basically the same topic, and my workshop was, you know what, forget it. I'm not going to say that. It's not really important. So, okay, so here's the article, and then after that I will introduce Robin Renee, who will sing. Yeah? Yeah. This series is called Soulmate Attraction for the Rest of Us, Dating and Relationships for the Polyamorous, Recovering, Survivor, and Tantric. The series addresses issues that make it more challenging for some of us to find and maintain healthy, loving, romantic relationships. Another reason I wanted to read this is because at least two people on the panel, have some mental health issues that they either shared or I just know about as their friend, and are also in the market for a partner. So I thought it would resonate with them as well as whoever else may be viewing this. Mental health issues are included in that. Recovering includes not only living with addiction or compulsive behavior, it also means managing symptoms of a physical or mental health challenge. That includes psychiatric diagnoses, such as depression, manic depression, bipolar disorder, schizoaffective disorder, and the various personality disorders such as narcissistic personality disorder and borderline personality disorder. Recovering to me also means living with or healing from trauma or abuse. Trauma creates symptoms or conditions such as PTSD, which is post-traumatic stress disorder, that can significantly impact a relationship. Disclaimer, I am not a medical or mental health professional, nor a clinician. I am a longtime patient of mental health issues, and I write the Living with Bipolar Disorder column here at Wisdom. I am diagnosed on medication, and I attend 2 to 5 individual and group psychotherapy sessions per week. My symptoms are severe, and they do affect my relationships. But I find that relationships and producing the Black Women's are possible for me, and that I do much better, and my partners are much happier when I am in regular therapy and taking my medications regularly. I'm writing to say that it is possible to find compatible love even if you have mental health issues and various other particular differences or challenges. I identify as queer/bi, polyamorous, kinky, tantric, spiritually eclectic, and having mental health issues that make intimacy challenging. I know I'm not alone out there. There are many ways that having mental health issues can impact a relationship. This is because it affects the sufferers in various ways: self-awareness, the ability to be patient, sex drive, which would be too high if manic, too low if depressed or on certain medications, self-confidence, which would be creating more than the usual amount of jealousy, envy, and insecurity, and a heightened need for reassurance. These things are very common in the poly community. Like, we want freedom, but it isn't easy to have love with and for more than one person. Also, there is a thing called comorbidity. That is the simultaneous presence of 2 chronic diseases or conditions in a patient. This means having more than one issue going on at the same time. I have 3. Very exciting, very exciting. This is very common. Someone can have addiction issues and mental health issues simultaneously. Many people with mental health issues are self-medicating. This is one reason why it's a really good idea to get treated for both mental health issues and addiction. Treating addiction often discovers and diagnoses the mental health condition, and also there are medications that can help reduce or eradicate the addiction. If you are trying to attract a soulmate or are in a relationship and mental health issues are part of your life or your partner's life, here are some things that can help. By the way, if you want to read along to this, you can go to tinyurl.com/cxwisdom. tinyurl.com/cxwisdom. Click on any of the articles. They're all my articles there as Wisdom Magazine. If you are trying to attract a soulmate or are in a relationship and mental health issues are a part of your life or your partner's life, here are some things that can help. Number 1, always remember that, number 1, you are deserving and lovable just as you are. Whether it's you with the conditions or your partner with the conditions, you deserve to be happy. Do things you can do to bring more happiness, joy, and emotional safety and emotional security to your life and to your relationship. 2, avail yourself of and write relationship affirmations. Just as you do other affirmations for other issues in your life, begin to do mirror affirmations for your happiness in this relationship, or as you attract an ideal partner, regardless of your mental health condition or symptoms. Again, you are worthy and lovable exactly as you are. This is often something I forget, and that is hard to remember given my trauma history, severe anxiety and mood disorder, and disordered thinking that all sometimes make my partners pretty challenged. But then I remember the angels and all the affirmations that I've done over the years, and I know that they are all true. I know Spirit, capital S, finds us all perfect as we are, and that imperfection is being human. It's intrinsic. Is that the word? It's all in there. It's together. Human, imperfect. That's it. That's all. You can't separate the two. All these things I remember, and I also have returned to doing affirmations again. Affirmations are really helpful, very helpful. And great affirmations teacher slash author Louise L. Hay did them daily until she passed at an advanced and happy age, which I think was her mid 80s, I think. Affirmations are just a good habit to have. How many are there? I'm not going to read them all because it's a long list, but I'll read them after, Robin. I'll make a deal with you because it's 4:54. I'll read as many as I can until it's time to introduce Robin, which is soon. Gina, can you flash on the screen if Robin is here yet? Just so I know. Sweet, thank you, Alex. You number one, and then number two, avail yourself affirmations. Yeah, here we go. Affirmations are just, I'm going to stop at the affirmations part, and then I'll continue later. Affirmations are just a good habit to have, and once you do them, over a few weeks or so, you'll really begin to see and feel some benefits, especially if you look into a mirror and hug yourself as you say them. Louise recommended that we begin with, I love you. I really, really love you. And that's highly recommended. So thank you for listening to that. That doesn't sound right. Thank you for listening. Thank you for listening. I didn't mean that. But thank you. Thank you for listening to that. Thank you for being here. Thank you for listening. Are you ready to hear about Robin Renee? Yay! Robin Renee is a performing songwriter, writer, podcast, kirtan chant artist, and a longtime activist and organizer in the bisexual and polyamory communities. Her, spelled H-I-R, which is a blend of his and her. I think that's pronounced here, right? That's how I heard Kate Bornstein pronounced it. Here recordings include In Progress, All Six Senses, produced by Scott Matthews, who has worked with George Harrison, Elvis Costello, Barbra Streisand, and many more. Live Devotion, her first dedicated wholly to sacred chant, Spirit.rocks.sexy, This, and All I Am. Robin's writings have appeared in publications including Curve, Pangaea, That Takes Ovaries, Bold Females and Their Brazen Acts, Random House, Blessed by, capital I, Spirit, not capital, Blessed by Spirit, Bisexual People of Faith. I remember that book. Songwriters Market, Biff Bam Pop, Big Hammer, and By Women Quarterly. Along with Wendy Sheridan and Mary McKinley, Robin Renee hosts The Leftscape, a podcast dedicated to exploring politics, culture, and conversation through a progressive lens. You can visit Robin Renee at robinrenee.com and leftscape.com. Robin will be doing a blended presentation of singer-songwriting, music performance, and spoken word. Please welcome Robin.
Well, hello. I hope you're hearing me okay. Glad to be here, and thank you for the introduction, Cassandra. So we've been thinking, whether we want to or not, about aloneness and, with various levels of isolation that we've all been going through. So I was thinking about doing kind of a meditation on aloneness and togetherness and the places where they meet and stuff like that. So I'll be doing a few songs and some spoken stuff. Everybody does the best they can. Everybody Everybody does the best they can. You might not admit the marathon you know you ran. Everybody does the best they can. You might lose your compass in the dark. Get your second child in the park. You might toss the pages of every sacred book you found. Everybody does the best they might be a man without a home. Raise a lonely glass and drink alone. You might break the windows on every shiny exit lamp. Everybody does the best they can. You might never swim the depths of love, you know, because you have to flow through. You might never let her in, cause that man should have to get to know you. You might never rip the bandage off to let those damn wounds finish healing. You might decide there's nothing worth your precious time and feeling. That's okay, the world will understand. Somebody's gotta be the also ran. Everybody does the best they can. Everybody does the best they can. Hanging off the mountain, you might let go of heaven. Everybody does the best they can. Everybody does the best they can. Yeah. Everybody does the best they can. I'm not a rock. I'm not a road. Not the tallest of buildings. Not a humble abode. But I come alive behind these closed doors. When I take back mine, you can have yours. Everything's crystal when I contemplate. That's when I really can skate. I skate along. I skate along. I skate along. alone. Well, I am a lover, and I can hold fire when I am with you. It's cool like desire. When I'm one, it's better than two. Have all the dancing that one soul can do. There's so much on this porcelain plate. That's when I really can't skate. I skate alone. I skate alone. I skate alone. I skate alone. I've got a secret container I hold. Everything is fragile, stronger than gold. When I am strongest, I stand like a stone, glimpsing the patterns nobody can know. But I come alive behind these closed doors, and I take back mine. You can have yours. Wordlessly practicing my figure eight. That's when I really can't skate. And I skate alone. I skate alone. I skate alone. I skate alone. Yeah. Thank you. So I've got a couple poems to share. I think I'm going to start out with one called The Other Side of Chaos. I've been on both sides of chaos, various sides of chaos in my life. So this is just one experience. On the other side of chaos, on the other side of chaos, the vines grow all through winter. Ensnared by one foot, caught before struggle, it is easy to wonder how many years of vines alone would erase all evidence. There are stacks of board games for the loneliest trek of Monopoly or Clue in a crowd. The everyday staircase is worthy of a panic display and the bathtub of quiet avoidance. Fear of stairs and water cannot stop the spring. Silence is kept at bay with fluorescent light and headline news. No wonder the ones who whisper stories at night bring pride parade molesters and dismal surgeons unexpected from the basement. On the other side of chaos, tired bones still arrive hopeful. There is breakfast, cream of wheat and honey, and time today to start again. Almost. It's kind of a relationship song. I guess they all are in one way or another. This is called Child. And my tuning is very strange right now, sorry. If I were a punk rock girl, you would be my beau. If I were lost at sea, you captain me home. If you found me to demure, I'd be a girl gone wild. If I were a mother, you'd be my child. Yeah, if I were a punk rock girl, you would be my beau. If I were lost at sea, you captain me home. If you found me to demure, I'd be a girl gone wild. If I were a mother, you'd be my child. So we couldn't pull our downtown digs into one suburban smile. Freak fits and silences, we were desperate by design. We still have the holidays, we have our plush toy smiles. Kept our secret playground all the while. If I were a punk rock girl, you would be my beau. If I were lost at sea, you captain me home. If you found me too demure, I'd be a girl gone wild. If I was a mother, you'd be my child. Not quite a baby, not quite grown. Not quite together, not quite done. Not quite a lie, not quite true. Not quite the glistening best of me or you. If I were a punk rock girl, you would be my beau. If I were lost at sea, you on. And if you found me too demure, I'd be a foregone wild. If I were a mother, you'd be my child. I knew a girl who wanted to have herself a tribe. New house, playroom, bring on 3 or 4. But I'm not much for that, but I keep you by my side. Pick you up when you are hurting. Try to keep from showing you the door. No, 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 not anymore. Some people might call this an edible request. Can I be your t-shirt now that you've been my test? If I were a rock girl, you would be my boat. If I were lost at sea, you captain me home. If you found me too demure, I'd be a girl gone wild. If I were a mother, you'd be my child. If I were a mother, you'd be my child. If I were a mother, you'd be my child. Thanks a lot. I'm very much still getting used to this online presentation. It feels very different. Some things are the same, but it's odd. It's more contemplative, which is okay. Part of what I'm trying to create. Song called Fly. Excuse me. You'll be alright. I got your secret. I like to keep it, but not this time. My lips were sealed till they split open. This love was a token, never was mine. So I got to tell what only you told me. No one should hold me, who's holding me down. I got to believe what I heard twice spoken. I'm a little less broken when you're not around. I wanna fly, I wanna let me. I'm gonna get me out of this game. It's been a cold, cold world to be walking. Lonely the skies, you know my name. I've been alone, I've been surrounded, dumbfounded and taken apart. I used to ask you so many questions, but I'm no longer guessing. I just take it all into my heart. Now you wanna talk about it. You still want to talk about it. I got to give you what you helped me find. I feel just like a tired greeting card lover who said forever yours, but this card, yeah, is forever mine. I want to fly, oh, I want to let me. I'm gonna get me out of this game. It's been a cold world to be walking. No little skies, you know my name. Well, I could go now. I could keep it to myself. I could whisper to the wind, but I'd rather scream out loud. I'm free. And that's the way it's always been. Yeah, I'm gonna fly. Yeah, yeah, I'm gonna fly. Yeah, yeah, I wanna fly. Yeah. I'm gonna fly, I'm gonna let me, I'm gonna get me out of this game. It's been a cold world to be walking. Hello, little sky, gonna know my name. Hey, yeah, I'm gonna fly, I'm gonna let me, I'm gonna get me out of this game. It's been a cold world to be walking. No little skies gonna know my name. Thank you. So one of my goals this year, goals have been very flexible given everything that's going on. But there's a lot of songs that I have that I've never put out on anything particularly, and so I want to do at least some acoustic versions of some tunes and get them to folks this year. So that's one of those I think we'll see in some form somewhere. But so let me see what time it is. Oh, okay. Well, this is an experiment. um, I want to do a song called Funky Bhagavate, but it's kind of the chill version of the funky song. We'll see how it goes. And sorry, technical things. All right. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. This is calling in spirit, calling in love and connection in a more divine spiritual sense. Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Remember everywhere, remember all things. I remember my heart awakening. Remember everywhere, remember all things. I remember my heart awakening. Remember everywhere, remember all things. I remember my heart awakening. Remember all things. Remember everywhere, remember all things. I remember my heart awakening. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Remember everywhere, remember all things. I remember my heart awakening. Remember everywhere, remember all things. I remember my heart awakening. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. 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 When I meet my lovers on the edge of the brown clay shore, I will join a circle, not a crowd. The river will carry its weight in lotus blessings, and the trodden park grass will know the sound of 3 or 4 or 5 hands clasped in holy union. The sun will warm our skin to its most sacred state. Beneath sari or skirt or handsome butch-pressed slacks, the sun will reach skin that knows. Our bare feet will thank between toes pebbles for being, and there will be a noisy picnic in the next grove over, with a swing set I would jump on were I not taking vows. When I meet my lovers by the oaks and pines, it will be summer, and the air will smell of ginger and sweet tomatoes. Charcoal and soccer and purple petals strewn on every blanket. I will look out and believe in the power of colorful friends. I will become a partner and believe in the power of confidence and celebration. Stillness will multiply ninefold, and there will be a kiss, and a kiss, and a kiss, and a kiss, and a kiss. Blessed be Namaste. Blessed be Namaste. May intentions for tomorrow hold you gently in today. Blessed be Namaste. Blessed be Namaste. Blessed be Namaste. May the sweet winds like lovers' hands caress you on your way. Blessed be Namaste. namaste. Blessed be namaste. Blessed be namaste. May the songs of the wise one teach your heart to say. Blessed be namaste. Blessed be namaste. Blessed be namaste. May the brilliance of the sun touch you, red by a sweeping ray. Blessed be namaste. Blessed be namaste. Oh, blessed be namaste. Yeah. Blessed be namaste. 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 So thank you very much for being part of this experience and being part of the Black Women's Arts Festival. I'm really happy that this happens every year, and thank you so much for inviting me. And I'm really glad that so many people get to share this now online around the world. I'll end with this. This is called True Nature. An orgasm in the rain, a highway to the city forest, a translation of a translation, code broken, to the whee of an American siren, ocean songs. A pit so deep, light rejoices in its escape. A friend and a lover beyond gender, whiteness and blackness depicted, dissected, digested. The color of summer sun, moonrise at Gunnison Beach, arm in arm, naked. A cross-country train to California, Bacchanal. A cry of suicide, a ticket back to life. A garden full of holy basil and mangoes. A maker of space for the fabulously queer. A new wave dancer in silver lame and purple feathers. A body of strength, a body of work, a body of intrinsic human worth. The sound of an ice machine suddenly in the silence. The slow draining away of sound. after the making of sound, the TV snow beyond mantra. Blessings. Namaste. Thank you.
Thank you, Robin Renee, so much for that beautiful sharing, that beautiful performance, those beautiful poems. It is a lot. It is contemplative, and it's interesting because your music is kind of that way anyway. I mean, in a lot of, especially particularly the soft ones, soft songs. So that's so lovely to hear devotional chants at the same platform where we hear folk rock, to hear the two together. It's really wonderful. And I really loved your poems. I love the one that had the and kiss, the one that's on, I don't remember it exactly, but the repetitive one. You remember how Prince said there's joy in repetition? It kind of made me think of that. It was really potent. And of course, the one you just read that starts out with an orgasm in the rain. I'm like, yep. Yeah, you had me at that. Yeah, start out any poem with that kind of a sentence. And then it continues to be good. So it's really great. I enjoyed the whole set. And of course, everybody who watched it had their own different experience of it. They're going to have their own. And I have the memories of seeing you. I don't know if it's called a harmonium. I don't know what that is, but seeing you play in a yoga studio with a lot of, Hindu and or Sanskrit stuff around and hearing the chants. So seeing you perform in that setting is also, it's different too, That was wonderful. That was really, really, really nice. And when you were performing, Robin, you gave your website. So thank you. Everybody thank Robin Renee. So at 6 rather, comes on Erica with a K, Richards, who's an illustrator, and we'll be talking about her craft. For now, and I don't think I've ever seen you blonde either. So that was also another new experience. So when Robin did poetry, I kind of remembered that I thought I'd wanted to do poetry as well, but I think it would be too labor intensive to kind of go looking around for my poetry. So I tried to find it in my phone, but the email account that had like my CX writing email account, I can't access on my phone. And so I couldn't find any of my poems in my phone. So I don't think I'll be sharing them. I mean, I might at some point find them. But what I can do is sing. I'm going to go back to that article that I had started, but I realized that I don't have to read the whole of every single point of that article. I can just read the first sentence, and then if you want, you can read the paragraph, the entire paragraph. And this was the soulmate attraction for the rest of us, mental health issues. Which is also a workshop that I have done at the Poly Living Conference twice, I believe. The one in Philadelphia and the one in Colorado. So what I love about doing a conference is that I need to generate content for it, and then it allows me to write an article, which then I post at Wisdom. So it's kind of like a win-win situation. So I had gotten to number 2, which talks about using affirmations for your relationship. Number 3 is seek support, and it talks about use 12-step groups, Al-Anon, all of that stuff. Number 4, seek treatment. If you have the issues, go to a behavioral health center and get admitted through an intake, and then seek treatment, see a therapist, see a psychiatrist, seek medication. Seek medication. Some people call it medication, but whichever way, tomato, tomato, you want to call it. If applicable, go to therapy if applicable. So all that stuff. Wow, so I wrote a lot. I talked about Medicaid. And then I talk about natural treatment versus pharmaceutical drugs. And I've done both. And what I've learned, what I said is the natural stuff is great if you can afford to keep it up, you know, like, because that stuff's not covered by health insurance. And so I've had success with some of that, but then I periodically have to stop because I can't afford to keep up with it. To see those specialists, to get those herbs and those minerals, those special things. So if you don't have steady income to allow you to do that kind of level of care, then it's better to do the conventional route and just keep experimenting with medications until you find the proper blend that works for you. The combination, as well as the combination of medications, as well as the diagnoses. It can take over a year just to see if one medication works for you. And also over time, the one medication your body might change how it reacts to it. So then you kind of need to learn, you have to try another one. It's a whole thing. So I wrote about that. Number 5, have fun. I have no idea what I'm talking about there, but treatment, therapy, recovery, and processing emotions with your partner is a lot of work. Hopefully you have a partner who is also bringing fun to the relationship, yada, yada, yada. So there's good advice there. It's just too long to read right now. Number 6, if both or more of you are poly, if you're poly, partners have mental health issues, this is huge, take extra care. Write more affirmations. So like make sure it's so much better feeling, more positive, more pleasant, more balanced, more harmonious, more peaceful, more productive is not the word I'm looking for, but you want something. If people are going to get together, there should be some growth there. There should be something that happens, so that years later you can look back and say, oh, when we first met, we were like this. And then 3 years later, we did this together. We traveled, we moved in together. We together worked on an organization. Like we together worked to volunteer, and we adopted a child. Like we did something together kind of thing. And, so it's really important if the one person has an issue as well, that they get self-care. So that really helps the union. I think that's it. That was number 6. Everybody in the relationship, whether it's a triad or 2 people or whatever or more, we should be like taking care of ourselves and looking out and saying, hey, are you on a meds? Are you okay? Are you to look out for somebody and say, hey, see, I think you might be manic right now, or look out for signs of depression or psychosis or anything like that. So again, that's at wisdom-magazine.com, or if you want to see all of my articles there, go to tinyurl.com/cxwisdom. So I'm fitting to play a song for you before I introduce Erica. The song is called A Little Bit of Love. It's original, and I have 2 versions of it. One of them, I think the first time it appeared, it's not very often that a song will appear in a live version, recorded in a live version first. But that's happened to me several times. A song will be recorded live because I'll play a venue and then I'll get a recording of it. And this is one of them. This song first appeared on my 2002 album called Live at Cafe Improv. And then I did another version of it on my album Beautiful in 2005. And the other funny thing about that is that the later version is actually the standard version. And then this version now is this extra one that I did because I just loved it. The first one is kind of a jammy tune, and it does our audience participation with the audience. Like a call and response part. Like I sing a little bit of love, a little bit of love, a little bit of love, a little bit of love. So that's how the real version is from Beautiful, and it's jammy. And the cool thing about the Beautiful album version is that there's harmony vocals in it. I cannot get enough of it. I love me some harmony vocals. But of course, with the live version, you can't usually do that kind of a thing. And then the Beautiful version, I mean, this version is a softer, slower one that I find to be very sensual and sultry. And therefore really fun to perform. Yeah, I love that song because I mean every single word of it. Sometimes you don't need a whole lot. If it's, really nice. Oh my gosh, I'm so unstretchy right now. All right, here we go. I'm on Spotify also. Same trick, tinyurl.com/CX Spotify, CX iTunes, CX CD Baby. I want to thank you for sending love. I can feel it. I can feel you just sending all your positive energies. And I'm looking up the bio for um, Madame Richard Erika. You ready for Erica? Okay, here we go. Alrighty, here we go. Philadelphia, Pennsylvania native Erica with a K Richards is a professional illustrator, a skilled artist who has mastered the technique of blending watercolor. Oh my God, she's talking about technical stuff. I love it. A skilled artist who has mastered the technique of blending watercolor and Prismacolor pencils. Erica began creating art at the tender age of 3. That's when I started music. A fascination with the female figure and fairy tales has developed into Erica creating fantasy art. Erica draws upon fantasy, history, and the human image to make visual art that elaborates on imagination. Erica is a graduate of the Moore College of Art and Design. Guess what? Second person on the bill. Who did that? Wanda Payne, same thing, Moore College. Moore College of Art and Design, located in Philadelphia, PA, with a BFA in illustration. Wow, not too shabby. Her artistic skills have earned her several accolades. She is the recipient of the Philadelphia Watercolor Society Award 2017, second place award for Best Illustrator at the 34th Annual Fall for the Arts Festival in Chestnut Hill, PA, 2018, and first place Artist Award for the 11th Annual Gloucester City Cultural Arts and Heritage Society, 2019. That is wonderful. In the summer of 2019, Erica started her business, Erica L. Illustrations, LLC. Erica L. LLC prides itself on putting quality artwork first. If the work, quote, if the work must be brilliant, everything else will fall into place, unquote. Erica L. Illustrations produces pristine art and merchandise with an emphasis on Afrocentrism and Black women. And if you want to look at her work while I'm talking, you can go to Erica with a K, ericarichards.com. Erica is supported by her mother, CFO Sherida. Is it Sherida or Sherida? Sherida Douglas with 2 S's, and is currently, I have to say I've had the pleasure of meeting them both. I've met her mother and at the festival before. So, because they've participated in the festival before. Yeah, speaker and vendor. And is currently growing Erica L to become one of the most preeminent art companies in the world, perhaps creating that family wealth that Ms. Coleman was talking about earlier. Erica remains a resident of Philadelphia, PA. In her spare time, Erica enjoys playing with her crazy cat Jazz and watching rerun TV shows. Wonderful, 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 wonderful. I'm so looking forward to hearing your presentation. Please welcome Erica Richards.
Hi. Everybody see me? Hi. So that was a great intro. Wow. So, as she said, my name is Erica Richards, and I am the creator and CFO of, as you can see in the background, Erica L Illustration. And we started this company last summer, but I've been an artist in drawing all my life. My mom likes to coin a little thing that I used to say because when I was born, I was late. So she was in labor for a long time, and I was saying it was because I was drawing. I didn't want to come out until I was finished. So, just to elaborate a little bit on that background that she gave in my bio, she gave so much that I really don't need to go into too much, but I'll go into a little bit before I get into my artwork and the slides and, how you could support a small, Black-owned female business such as myself. But yes, I am a graduate of the Moore College of Art and Design, an amazing school. I recommend it to any female out there that wants to be an artist and either lives in Philadelphia or isn't afraid of travel, because it is an all female art college, and I believe it's the only one in existence, and it's been around for more than 100 years. And I recommend this school to any young lady. And if you are a young man or you're transgender, you can also come in if you already have your bachelor's degree and you want to come in to the master's program. That's open to all genders. So if you see the school and you want to go and you're male or you're transgender, you can still come. You just got to get your BFA somewhere else and then come back for your master's. So anyways, keep it going so that I stay in time. So I have a slideshow where I will talk about my art, and I'll talk about where you can purchase it, and I'll talk about my process. And through the slides, there are some URLs that I'll go through so I can show you exactly how to get in there, so there's no confusion and there's not like, I wanted to get something but I don't know how to work it. So let me share my screen. And we will start the slideshow. Okay. It's a little background music, but I hope it's not too loud. Okay. So, just gonna keep it going. So you already see the name of my company is Erica L Illustrations, or Erica L LLC. If I'm paying my taxes, that's what it is, Erica L LLC. But it's the long name is Erica L Illustrations. So this is my latest work. Her name is Countess Marguerite Elizabeth Bourbon. Yeah, that's a long name. I wanted it French. I wanted it so nice and beautiful. So one of my huge inspirations is the Art Nouveau movement, specifically Alphonse Mucha. And I can't tell you, really deep, why I love it, other than it's beautiful. I think it's so beautiful, that movement. And it should be, because the movement was a reaction to the Industrial Revolution that was springing up. And people were like, no, we want more natural curves like you see in nature. So really, that's what it was, where rooms and objects in people's houses and things were specifically tailored to that place. It wasn't, it was a way to get away from that mass production of things. So things were specifically designed for this room, for this area, things like that. And it wanted to be curved and natural like nature. So Marguerite is a piece that I just recently made this year in 2020. So as you can see, she's not for sale now, the original, because she is currently in a contest, and I'm not sure if they chose her yet. So I don't want to just say you guys can go and buy her, and then I get into the contest and I'm like, oh snap, she's already sold. So her original is not available, but all of my prints all of the pieces that you see in this slide are available as prints, and that is the URL right here to my website. And as I go along in the slides, I'll eventually go into this URL to show you guys exactly how to get in there. So let's move on to the next slide. So this lovely slide here is just to show you what Marguerite could look like, get a visual of how she could look in your house. And materials. So as Cassandra said, I really work with watercolor and Prismacolored pencils. I have tried other colored pencils like Faber-Castell, which is amazing, but Prismacolor is just the pencil that it really worked for me, and it works well with the watercolors, so I really enjoy it. So Marguerite is done with watercolor and colored pencils, and all the pieces that you see will be that as well. I do I'm sorry to at the very end, the pieces at the very end will be full watercolor. So that's before I went into the technique of putting Prismacolor pencil over the watercolor to get my rendering done. So the next piece is a series that I am working on. Is called the Head Wrap series, and this is the newest version of the Head Wrap series. So these are 4 pieces, but I only included 2 just to cut down on the time because I only have till 6:30. So this is Purple Head Wrap, and she is done with graphite pencil as well as watercolor. So watercolor is on her head wrap, and her entire face and arm and everything is graphite. She is also not for sale, but as I said, her print is for sale, and with her print, you can get it in various sizes. You can get it real big on your wall, or you can get it, the original size of 9x12. But I really did enjoy making this series because along with the watercolor and the colored pencil, I really enjoy graphite. I love using drawing pencils. It's so much fun just to sit there, and sometimes I'm not even thinking about it anymore. It's just I get into a zone where I'm just filling in and getting all the shadows and everything like that, and it's just a groove that I get into, and I really enjoy it. And here's another piece so you can get a feel for what it may look like in your home. And this is the 4th piece in that new head wrap installment. So this is yellow head wrap. And these here are the original head wrap series. So the original head wrap series, I will say that I did it for a specific event. It was for a jazz festival, which unfortunately I did not get into. But I really wanted to push the Afrocentric, because when I do my pieces, I love fantasy. I love fairies and elves and mermaids and things like that. Mm-hmm. And when I thought to myself, I'm going to a jazz fest is just beautiful African American people everywhere with disposable incomes, I was like, I gotta really play this up. So I gotta have like head wraps and girls with black girl magic on their earrings. So I really wanted to play it up. So that's the whole reason. That's how the Black Head Wrap series got started. After that, it was just wanting to make beautiful pieces. So after that, it wasn't about playing up the blackness. It was just, this is a gorgeous series. People really like it. I really enjoy doing it. So let's keep going. This particular piece, Blue Head Wrap, is the final piece of the first head wrap series. And funny enough, I did this on a weekend in North Jersey when I went to a concert. I went to see BTS. And if you don't know BTS, which I really think you guys should, it is the Korean pop band BTS. And I did this on that weekend when I saw that concert. And it was amazing, by the way. Everybody should see it at least once. And this is another piece of seeing Blue Head Wrap on your wall, get a visual. And because the original is already sold, so the original piece is sold, sorry guys, but you can get a giant print of her in some really good quality paper already framed and matted for you. So you don't have the original, but you can have that thing huge on your on your wall. So this is African Beauty. She was the first piece in the head wrap series. This is just showing her in her frame, and this is on a wall. And this is black head wrap. And this is all of them together. So you could potentially get all of them together. And I think they look great all together, in my opinion. I mean, I know it's my work, but now I feel like I want to buy it myself. So this is a blue elf. And as I said, those are the things I really love. I love fantasy art. I love, elves. I love fairies. I love all that kind of stuff. So this is a portrait of just a beautiful elf woman with blue hair. And the original is sold. Someone does own this original, but as I said, you can get her as a print, as big as you like it. You can get her very big. So this piece in particular is called Copper Lamp, and I had this in the slide to show you that even though I do figurature art, I can do oh my goodness, I forgot the word, inanimate objects. Thank you. So I always love to do inanimate objects as well, and I really had a great time. Like, I really enjoyed doing this piece. So this one is a very important piece right here, Royal Purple. And as you can see, she's on my banner behind me, and that's what she was created for. She was actually created for this banner. That's what she was created for. So the original actually isn't for sale. She's about this big, the original. And I was able to blow her up to that size, which is great. But this particular piece really is a standout piece, and it really brings home why I do my art. Because of the juxtaposition that I did with this piece, I really enjoyed it, that she's in this opulent gown that it's not very Victorian. I can't really think. It might be a little medieval, a little mix of medieval Renaissance dress. But her head is shaved. So I really wanted to do that to show that, in this period dress, she would never have a shaved head unless in that time period of the dress that she's wearing, she would never have a shaved head unless she was about to be killed, because a woman's hair was supposed to be very long and flowing. You were never supposed to cut it. It was the crown. It was the glory of the woman. And this, the dress that she's wearing is probably a European place. But in Africa and a lot of Haitian places, her shaved head is just as beautiful as the long flowing medieval women's hair. So I really wanted that juxtaposition of there's tribes that had women with their head shaved, and that was beautiful. Whereas the dress she is wearing signifies that because her hair is short like that, she's probably about to be killed, because that was the only time that you were going to have a woman shown with her hair cut. It was a symbol of shame, like your hair getting cut, you were either going to the gallows or it was to show some kind of shame with the dress she's wearing. But her head being shaved outside of America or a European place, that was okay. That is beautiful. So it's a bit of a juxtaposition, and I really wanted to do that and showcase that. And another reason why she's so significant is because with my art, what I want to show is that African American people, we were there too. We were in the Americas, we were in these European states, we were in them, and we weren't just, slaves or the poor people. There were certainly men and women of wealth that could dress like this and afford this, that were African American as well. So that's one of the biggest reasons. That's what I want to get across with my art, is that so people have an epiphany of, oh, I forgot that there were wealthy Black people back then. We weren't just slaves. We weren't just the poor. There were wealthy people there right along with our white brothers and sisters as well. So that's really what I want to get across. Same thing with this elf queen. So yes, it is a fantasy character, but again, I want to show the majesty of, Black people and specifically Black women, mostly because for two reasons. Number one, I'm a Black woman, so, show the opulence of me. And also because for me, it's just more fun to draw girls. It just is. It's more fun to do them. The hair, the jewelry, the dress, all of the things that you can do with a girl that I don't think you can really do with a male character, but I do draw men every now and again. But my passion is female figures. And this piece here is one of the pieces that I mentioned that's in all watercolor. And she is a older piece, and she's actually a piece that I made the summer that I graduated from Moore College of Art. And, I think this might be a good time to show you how the URLs work, show you how to get into the website. If you see any pieces that like, ooh, I really love that, I would like to purchase a print. So it is ericarichards.com, and I'm going to click on the URL. There it goes, take you right into my website. So this is my website right here. You can click right here to learn more about me, but I believe Cassandra, she read my entire bio. So, and here is the work down here. If you want to look through my pieces, see like right here, you see the Hilton napkin right there. I told you that I did it at a Hilton hotel while I was seeing BTS. And yes, you can go through all my work, and here is the print shop right here. So you can either go down and click right here to get into the print shop, or you can go up and go to shop and click on prints. And then prints takes you into my print gallery. So it's right here, wall art. You can click around if you want to, but if you want to go straight into the wall art, you click right here, start shopping. And here are all the pieces. So here is the piece, it's called Swimming in Milk. And with her, you can look her up and down, and here is the wall art. So you can get canvas prints, and it shows you what it looks like on the wall. Now, I know that's tiny. That's her in her original size, so she looks quite tiny. But you can get different sizes here. And you can pick your, you want it vertical, you want it horizontal. But since she is in a vertical format, I would keep her that way. So let's go to the frame ones. That'll help. There we go. So she's in a frame, and you can pick your size of her. You can pick your frame. So you can pick your different frames. You can pick your different mats. Okay, I'm sorry, guys. I'm so sorry. I just stopped talking. That's okay. I'm so sorry. Oh, okay. So someone said you can't see the website. Okay, let me see if I can go back and come in it at a different way. Back to the PowerPoint. Okay, so let's see if we can get in through here. So this takes you right back to the print shop right here, and back to the frame pieces. And the good thing about this is that they have this feature where you can look at it from all angles. So you can look at it from the top, from the bottom, from the back, from the side, so you can see the whole piece before you buy it. And this particular company is called, that we partner with, this gallery is called Fine Art Gallery, and they are excellent. We have both them ourselves, and they're awesome. So when your piece comes, it's framed, it's matted, and it's hooked up, so you don't have to do anything but hang it on the wall. So it's awesome. So this here is Bow Down, and I'm showing her just because, funny enough, that about I was thinking about the Beyonce song. You know, I'm not going to say it because we're live, so I'm not going to say it. But if you guys know the song where she goes, bow down, you know what song I'm talking about. I believe it's Flawless. Yep, it's Flawless. So that's where I got the idea for this piece for Bow Down was that Beyonce song Flawless. And now Autumn Girl and also Autumn Girl 2 here. So fall is coming, and you know, just went to show that we got some nice fall pieces that would look nice in people's homes. It's getting close to it's fall, it's September. It was chilly last night. And here is just one of our holiday pieces. So I'm sorry, her original is not for sale. I'm so sorry. But you can get her real big in the prints because the original is like a really small piece. So you can get her real big in a print. And this is for, you know, the holidays are coming up. And I know people can't go and shop out in the stores. So you know, hopefully you're able to shop online. So we also have holiday cards that you can get with her on it, as well as some other holiday pieces that I did. So you can get some holiday cards and at least send some holiday cards, gifts out if you can't be with your loved ones because of the Rona. And last but not least, this is where it all started. So this was my senior thesis at my college, and this comes back again to not only the epiphany that Black people were there in the past, but also just so, you know, you could see yourselves, little girls could see themselves. So this is my version of Snow White. And I love grim fairy tales. Like I said, I love fairy tales. And I wanted to do a version of like me. Like, so she has dreadlocks, and instead of having ebony hair and snow white skin and rosy lips, she has ebony skin and snow white hair. And this particular piece and all the other pieces in my thesis, they were all watercolor. So this is before I found the magic of using Prismacolored pencils over the watercolor. So I specifically, the reason for the watercolor and the Prismacolor pencils and why that is my technique now is because I have to admit that I really like control when it comes to my artwork. And watercolor, you don't have a lot of control. You just got to let it be you just got to let it do what it does. Sorry, the sun left me, so now I got to turn on my light because I got dark. I'm so sorry, guys. Hopefully you'll be able to see me. Okay, there we go. It's a bright light, but you can see me now. So with the Prismacolor pencils, I have more control. So the watercolor is really just a wash over it. And then I do all the rendering, all that good detail and stuff like that with the Prismacolor pencils. And this was my version of Red Riding Hood. And my final version is my version of Cinderella. And funny enough, a lot of people asked, did you base that off of you because it looks like me? And I was like, no, I didn't. I just really wanted, not only because I was already going in a line of making sure that my girls were African American and had natural hair. And then I thought, well, you know, Cinderella is always so, it's like the fact that she's tiny is emphasized in the story because she has tiny feet. So it's like only her tiny feet would fit this slipper. And I was like, no. We're going to go way out. Not only is she's going to be Black with natural hair, but you know what? She's going to be plus size too. And she's going to get her man. And her man want her. Okay? She don't want none of those other girls. She want this beautiful, big woman. And it really went over well when I did it in my thesis. So I do believe that is the final slide. And I'm going to try one more time to see if we can get into my website so that you can see how to do it. So here's the link. So it's www.ericarichards, Erica with a K, ericarichards.com. And let's see if if we see it this time, because I see it, but I'm not sure if you guys see it. So here's the website. And you can just scroll through, go through the work. Can you see it? No, we can't see it. Darn. Okay. Sorry. Guys, it looks like we can't see it. I'm so sorry. That we can't see the going into my website. But just finish out the slide. Stop sharing. Let's see if I share it again. Okay. So let's see. Let me try it one more time. See if I can share it. See if I can get in there. Just because I want you guys to be able to see how to get into the site. Okay. So I'll type it in myself. We are on the site right now. Sorry about that. One more time. Where was it? There it was. Sorry for these technical difficulties. I apologize. Okay. So this is the originals gallery. And as I told you, a lot of these pieces are in shows right now. So all of them aren't available for purchase. So that's why we're only really showing the print gallery. But because you couldn't see the site before, I'm just showing you, just breezing through. But this is where you want to go. You want to go to the print gallery. So start shopping now. And you can go straight to the frames. So Blue Elf right here. So you want her, these are all the sizes you can get her in. You can get her all the way into 39 by 60, which seems huge. But look at it, that is pretty big on the wall. And pick your frames and pick your matte colors. I'm just picking a random one. And then, as I said, you can do the 360 to see if you like it. And as I said, it comes ready to go. So, you see right here that it has the string, that it has the wire on it and everything. I will say that's the only thing. You have to put the wire on yourself, but it's not a big chore. You can put it on yourself. All right, so I believe that was everything. So I'm not sure if you can ask me questions or if I should just stop talking or not, but that was that. And I really hope you guys enjoyed the slide and you enjoyed the pieces, and I gave you a little rundown about myself. And again, I really do this artwork for two reasons. One, because it's just a gift that God gave me, and I can't not use it. I can't not do it. And in fact, when I was a little girl in school, I got in trouble because I wanted to draw instead of doing schoolwork. That's how deep it's in me. I'm like, I can't stop it. It has to get out. It has to get out. The artwork has to get out. In fact, I get ideas at 3 in the morning and I can't even you know, like I can't sleep. It's 3 in the morning and I have to write them down. Because if I forget what I thought about, I'll be like, oh, I'll be so mad. And there's also several pieces that I've started but haven't finished, because when I'm in the middle of starting a piece, then I'll get an idea and then I just have to draw it out. So then there's a bunch of drawn pieces ready to go, but then I can't focus on one piece to finish it because I'm in the middle of painting, and then I'm like, oh, I got an idea. And then I have to stop, and then I have to draw the new idea that I got. So yeah, it just has to get out. And the other reason that I do it is because of that epiphany. Right now, in this world, you know, the Black Lives Matter movement and all the things that are happening, I want the world, not only our white brothers and sisters, but our black brothers and sisters, to see that the tragedy that happened in the past is not, that's not the only truth about what it is. There was also beautiful women like this walking around down the street in England somewhere with her gorgeous pearls on and her dress and her hair coiffed. So she was there too. Just like there was a woman that was impoverished, she was there too. And also the truth really is that we're all the same. There were working class and enslaved white people, just like there were working class and enslaved black people, just like there were high class black people and low class black people. We're just people. It's like we're the same. You bleed like I bleed. And I know that might be a little, you know, like that's a lot to, you know, that you're trying to get across with a beautiful elf. But that's really the story. But yeah, so that is all, and I hope that everybody has a good afternoon. So thank you, Cassandra, for letting me be here. I'm so happy about it because I'm like, you know, with the with the corona and everything like that, it made me, you know, get dressed, because usually I'm like doing my artwork in my pajamas, so I had to get dressed and look nice. So thank you for asking me to do this, and I'm so glad that you said yes, and just thank you. So bye.
Thank you so much, Erica Richards, Erica with a K. Did I just get cut off? Yeah, hi. Thank you so much, Erica. That was really wonderful. That was ericarichards.com, Erica with a K. That was a really wonderful, informative presentation. And I don't know if I just forgot that Moore College of Art on the undergraduate level was all women. I had no idea. I don't, maybe years ago I knew that. Or maybe that's relatively new. Maybe, I don't know, but that's really interesting. That's really good to know. And yeah, every time you were talking about the Black people who are rich, you know, there were Black slaves and there were Black people there who were also rich when there were the Black slaves. I just kind of wanted to ask, where did their money come from, and where were they from? Because I'm sure not all of them were outside of the United States. I'm sure not all of them were of some other country and just happened to be living in the United States. I'm sure that every country that you're talking about, whether there were white and Black people of different, you know, economical backgrounds, I would just to be curious to know more about the Black ones, because I mean, I know about the poor white ones, and I know that there were indentured servants and things like that. And just because of the whole man's inhumanity to man thing, that I just know that there were white people in a bad way also. But and I've heard of, you know, well-to-do and or highly educated Blacks, but just not in every part of history and in every country. It's just very interesting. I want to study more about the Moors, I think, also the Moorish folks. But yeah, so very, and Cinderella. So it's really neat, since I've seen your work before, it's really neat to see how it's grown and to see how you're selling your work now. And I'm always curious, interested to know about the artists' sale platforms, like where do artists sell their work? We know craftspeople tend to use Etsy, sites like this, but I didn't know about the one that you use that has a bunch of frames that the buyer can choose from, that includes the hanging wire in the back. So that's great. It's always great to know what's going on out there. So thank you again, and it's delightful also that you're so young. You know, that you're not like 20. You know, you've been at this for a while. You're the perfect age of youth meets maturity. You know, so you're old enough to. This isn't your first rodeo. You've had some experience, but you still have so many years of youth left, of youthfulness rather. So a lot of years of energy and stuff, and that's going to serve you quite well. And it's also great that you have such a supportive parent, that your mother has been at your side helping you do this and she's really behind you on this. So it's really great. I hope a lot of people got a lot out of your presentation. So I know that I'm going to close with the ancestor thing, and it's not going to take 20 minutes, so I'm thinking about what to do between now and then. Of course, the tendency is to pick up the guitar for one last song. And so before I do that, I thought, actually, I'll put it on while I talk. Multitasking. So there's not going to be background music when I do the meditation. Erica just said, I'm an only child. I was mature real early, LOL. That does happen. Of course, women are mature early, sooner than men do as well. But I think I agree. There's definitely something to either being an only child or having a single parent. Both of those things kind of adds maturity to a growing up person. So I was trying to find music to play on my phone, and I did, to have some nice new age ambient music in the background, and but I'm having a pop-up issue on my phone. So even if I played what I want to play, it would be interrupted. So I'd rather go with silence. So as much silence as can be had with ambient noise. So, right. Oh, there you go. Erica says she's single child. Single mom, only child, single mom, right? Yeah, so you were ready to start your own business when you were 9, basically. Yeah, no wonder where you are today. There you go. So I guess I want to, since when I'm done with the meditation, I'm just going to come out and say goodbye. I think I'll do the credits now, the thank yous and the credits. So I guess, so again, this is the 14th Black Women's Arts Festival. We're based in Philadelphia, and our primary venue is therotunda.org. And so I want to thank Gina Renzi, director of the Rotunda, and the staff that was with us this week, the technical staff that consisted of Styx and Aaron and Alex and Angus. So thank you all so much for your support and for helping us. I feel like I want to thank Gina 18 times because Gina is so helpful. So thank you, Gina, so much for everything that you do to be helpful. So hearts right back at you. Very helpful, very professional, very patient, and very kind, and helpful and kind and patient and professional as well. And consistent. I've known and worked with Gina since 2003, and the Rotunda is a staple in the West Philly arts community. It's actually, it happens to be in West Philly, but it's a thing that Philadelphia really is richer for having. So artists all over Philadelphia benefit from the Rotunda, but in particular, the UPenn area of West Philadelphia, UPenn area is really, University City is what I'm looking for. So, so the Rotunda is really priceless. So the more I talk, the less I have time for the meditation, but that's fine. I think it just won't be a long meditation, that's all. That's all that is. It doesn't have to be long anyway. So that's the Rotunda staff. I want to thank all of the presenters. Thank you all so much for being part of the Black Women's Arts Festival this year. Kai Oceans, Narissa Bond, Samantha Ghetto Songbird Hollins, Wanda Payne, Delonda Coleman, Robin Renee, and Erica Richards. You all made it really, really special, and I hope to see you again next year. So my name is Cassendre Xavier. My spiritual name is Amethyst Ra. My erotic writing name is Amrita Waterfalls, and I'm also known as Endowed Goddess. So, but I don't have multiple personalities or identities. I just have different pseudonyms, but Cassendre Xavier is my birth, legal, and writing name and my music name and stuff. So thanks for being here. I'm going to sing a song, and then I'm going to lead a meditation that makes the most of this Zoom platform that we have. Usually we end the festival on Sunday evenings with a ceremony to honor our ancestors and elders. Since I'm not doing that this time, I actually could, I just didn't feel comfortable using the word ceremony. It just didn't feel right. It didn't fit to do the same thing. It felt like there was a calling or an opportunity to try something new for this space. And what felt right was something that I called meditation to connect with our ancestors. We can always honor our elders by respecting them in person, being kind to them, working to help them be more comfortable, talking with them, hearing their stories. We can respect and honor our elders in life every single day. But I wanted to do a meditation on connecting with our ancestors, who I believe are with us and worked very hard to survive various things so that we could be here. All right, so I'm going to do a song, and then I'll close with the meditation. Or maybe that was the meditation. No, it wasn't. All right, so I'm gonna do Beautiful. I don't know why. It's not a particular easy song to play, but here it goes. It's from my album, Beautiful. I know that we're just barely floating. Now look what we've done to this thing. We used to have something truly beautiful. but heaven will always shine through. Give us each both something true and one of the first things I learned as a singer-songwriter is when you finish a song, you wait. Okay, don't move. You just wait for the applause. You have to wait for like a period of time. But we're not doing that now. Yeah, so it was really neat when Erica mentioned Haiti. She said that the shaved head would have been just as attractive in certain countries in Africa as well as Haiti. I was like, awesome, because I'm Haitian. That's great. I'm preparing for the meditation, and yeah, so the words I was saying at the end of that song was Amwe. Amwe is kind of like a oh my, in Creole. It's like Amwe, umem, meaning you, what you're doing, touche, you're touching me, doucement, it's like very sweetly, very gently. Then I say Amwe again, umem, you, kebem, holding me, doucement, tenderly, gently. So, all right, so and never do that, never. Try to avoid. Okay, so I'm gonna go sit down And you're just going to relax. And I'm going to talk to you from over there. Or I can, just to make sure that the sound, I feel like I want to make myself invisible somehow. Yeah, I'm gonna blank the screen, and then I'm gonna bring my tablet over and sit down and talk to you. Okay, so I'm still here. I'm not going anywhere. I'm just dark now. Does that even work, Gina? If I make myself dark, can you still hear me? I'm waiting for an answer. Yes, thank you, Alex. So helpful. So I have just stopped the video, which means that I am not visible, but I'm still audible. You know how you know I'm audible? Because of making all kinds of noise right now. Okay, it's 6:53 and we're gonna end at 7. That's when the festival is technically over, and so the Rotunda technical team can wrap up for the day. All right, so here we go. So we're just gonna sit down. I'm gonna go ahead and have a seat. Or you can lie down. Sometimes people like me, we prefer to lie down during meditation. Sitting is not always comfortable. So we can just start breathing in and out according to whatever pace is comfortable for you. I'm very high energy right now, so I might be breathing more than somebody else. But whatever works for you. Depending on how you're sitting, you can put your hands on your knees, and I'm going to do some Kundalini back stretches. We have a lot of energy and power in our spines. If you want to manifest things, by the way, we're in the middle of the new moon. The new moon started a few days ago. So the moon is waxing. This is the perfect time to do your manifesting exercises, your visualizations, your dreams, your journaling. You're writing down what you want, your vision boarding. And today, Kai did a talk about 5 things you can do to make your dreams come true. So there was a lot of stuff about law of attraction and attracting your dream desires and all that stuff. So from now until October 1st, when the moon is full on October 1st, after that it starts to wane. The moon wanes, and that's when it's a good time to start to shed things from your life, exercises of things that you want to do to get rid of things in your life. But for now, until the 1st, it's a very powerful moon, I've heard also. It's a really, really perfect time to plant seeds of a dream or to water the seeds of a dream you've already been working on. So with your hands on your knees, you can push your back, like suck your gut in and curve your shoulders towards your ears. So basically you're pushing your back out. And you breathe out and you do that. You breathe out slowly and you push your back out. Then you breathe in and you straighten, you pull your shoulders back and you open up the chest wide. And you breathe out. And you have your back curved the opposite way. And you can do that slowly back and forth, curving your spine outward and inward. If you ever want a real treat, you can go to YouTube and there's a video called Kundalini Yoga with Gurmukh. Gurmukh, Gurmukh. And she's a yoga teacher. And so Kundalini, activates the energy in your spine. And that really, it can really empower. I've really experienced this. Things happening with Kundalini Yoga. It's very powerful. So check out that video. It's put out by Gaia, but it's also available on YouTube for free. Or you can just search Kundalini yoga and just learn to do these exercises yourself. But the spine is a great way if you're working on root chakra issues or trying to manifest things. It's a really great exercise. So you can do that as slow or as fast as you like, and then you can just also just turn kind of around. Okay, so you're still breathing slowly in and out and in such a way so as to relax yourself. You can raise your shoulders up and down if you want. So we're thinking about our ancestors now. So it doesn't really matter your race or your sex or your gender identity. Somebody was here before you. And whether they knew it or not, or acted it out or not, they carried a lot of love for you. And that's just a fact. O did a presentation about how much love was in the act of creation that brought us here today. A tremendous amount of love. So even if you've had terrible abuse, even if your parents were abusive, there was love there. Whether you knew it or not, whether they knew it or not, there's love there. And so a lot of times I like to think about when I was going through a really, really hard time, I almost always would remember that my ancestors had it worse. I almost always remember that because of life, because of what life was. And because we are the Black Women's Arts Festival, even though this meditation is open to everybody, I am going to focus on Black people and our ancestors, in part because a lot of African Americans did not have, I think I'm going to go over 7 minutes, but 7 o'clock, but I'm not going to do too far, hopefully. A lot of African Americans, as you know, did not have direct contact to their ancestors after they were brought here. So I think that's why it's all the more important that we do ancestor exercises. I think growing up fundamentalist Christian, those of us who have been, we're not encouraged to do this kind of spiritual work. So I really like to look at cultures that do. A lot of Asian cultures do revere their ancestors and keep a special altar at their homes for that purpose. So in light of what's been going on with the government in the United States of America and the terrible racist things that have been happening, the violence that has, caused a movement like Black Lives Matter to exist, I think it would really benefit us to connect with our ancestors more often and to know that no matter what kind of upbringing we had, even if it was a broken home, even if we didn't have a dad at home, we were loved. You are loved. We are deeply loved, thoroughly loved. And even if we don't necessarily feel connection to home, we don't feel a direct sense of familiarity with what home is or home was, whether it's Africa or Haiti in my case. Even though I have direct contact with other Haitians and my relatives in Canada and the United States and in Haiti, because of all the identities that I have, I don't really feel comfortable or safe with all of them because they're much more conservative and Christian and homophobic and so forth like this. So forth like this. Yes, I'll keep that. So I'm going to send a blessing out to you. So first, it's an invitation to spend some time thinking about your ancestors periodically. And it doesn't have to be a formal sitting on the floor cross-legged to call in the ancestors or anything. Just when you're shopping, just think about, just wonder if a grandfather figure, what he might have been like, And because I grew up with abuse, I sometimes do this exercise to remind myself that not all, people who look a certain way in my family, not all people who look like that are abusive. Like I'm sure there have been people that would not have hurt me. And so and whenever I do that exercise, it's really healing. So you can do whatever you want when you do a meditation to connect with your ancestors. You can imagine that you have a grandma who's making a pie for you and it's going to give you a big hug when you walk into the room and be so happy to see you. And those people existed in your family throughout history. You just hadn't met them yet, but they're there in spirit and available for you to connect with through love. I really believe that. And I think that you might believe that too in your heart. So I'm going to wrap up now. I could go on all day. But, and I don't really kind of feel like showing my face again, because after that, I just, I don't really want to. But I'm Cassandre Xavier, and this has been the 14th Black Women's Arts Festival. And I also have guided meditations online that you can hear me on YouTube as well and stuff. So if you liked this, you can check me out on YouTube, and please check out all the other artists who presented this weekend. And if you would like to be one, please contact us. Our email address is bwaphilly@gmail.com. I'm also we have a fan page on Facebook, which is BWAF Philly, BWAF Philly, right, fan page. Then we also have just the BWAF Philly regular. I feel like maybe I should show my face again. It feels weird to close in the darkness. Coming out of the darkness. Yeah, that's a real song. Here we go. So I'm saying goodbye. Black Women's Arts Festival. Thank you so much for joining us this year, and looking forward to seeing you next year. Thank you so much, everybody. Have a fantastic fall, autumn. Bye.